Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had blood in Quirk. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Was it still a legend if it was true? The Tokyo clan hadn't always been so divided. The clan was too vast to be commanded by just anyone, and upon their death, timely or otherwise, the clan would splinter into 7. Always 7. No more. No less. 1 for each circle. 1 for each ring. Hitoshi fumbled with the rings in his fingers. Each one was unique, gaudy, but undeniably valuable. And more for just the material and artistry put into them. Whoever had the rings had the clan. And right now Hitoshi had 3 of the 7. 1 more and he'd have the majority. Then the rest should be easy. Beyond their monetary and symbolic value, there was another value hidden within the rings. The legends that surrounded them. The whispers of power. The hints of just being more than mere rings. Legend had it that the rings were created not by a jeweler, but by a man. A man with a quirk. With all the quirks in the world, it didn't seem impossible for there to be a quirk that allowed him to create rings like this. There was even that girl at UA that could make anything with her quirk. If that was all, then Hitoshi wouldn't have thought much of it. But there was so much more to it than that. There had always been the boogeyman of a person that could steal quirks. Eraserhead was proof enough that quirks could affect other quirks, so what about someone that could turn quirks into rings? And use them? Their boss is dead. Kamaru slammed his fist against the table, causing the drinks to clatter and the food to waver on its plates. The other members all gathered around the smoke-filled rumors jumped back at the sudden outburst. Now's the time to strike. Yet Saruto and Neisuke nodded in agreement. They have a point, Hitoshi, Haim moaned as she scooted ever closer to him. Her lithe body was as alluring as her quirk was. Her soft pink hair fell from her bun, and the bright red of her lips shined in the dull light. Her interest in him was only because of his status. If you deal with the Amagi now, the others will be willing to follow you, rings or no. Hitoshi gazed across the table. Smoke filled the air, and the scent of booze lingered on every breath. His circle was hardly loyal, and hardly had the wisdom to be considered leaders. The eldest amongst them was barely 27, but they had become steadfast allies ever since he found himself as their leader. He pulled his leg up and rested his arm on it before he gave a dull, dry laugh. Most of you can't go to a comedy show without shitting yourselves. Or did you forget Tanaka is still around? Kamaru crossed his arms again and scratched his chin. Yeah, but furthermore, Izuku isn't a threat we can take lightly. Hitoshi felt the rings in his hands again. It'd be nice if the legend was true. Even with the weapons we stole. So we're just going to do nothing? Kamaru beat his fist against the table. We didn't put our lot in with you to just sit here and do nothing. If you don't take action, I might. I'm not saying we do nothing. Hitoshi kept his voice firm and gave a soft groan. Right now the Amagi won't be a problem, since they're going to be focusing on the Shy Hasakai. I want to focus on the Tokyo clan. The others won't listen to you, Neisuke grunted. They think you're weak because you didn't kill Tanaka and Izuku? Neither have they. Hitoshi let out a small breath and looked at the room. You guys all shared a border with the Amagi, but the other 4 branches, what exactly have they been doing? Fighting amongst themselves? The room went silent, and Hitoshi let out a long sigh. I understand you all hate the Amagi for having the things that we do not. Order, a casino that brings in more cash than all the branches combined, or their fight club that the police and heroes turn a blind eye to. I envy their freedom too. He looked at all the members slowly and ran his tongue between his gums and his lip. But who do we have to blame for that? Saruto snapped his fingers. The Amagi. No, the cops. Neisuke bumped shoulders with Saruto. You're all idiots. Haim rolled her eyes and gestured towards Hitoshi. He's saying it's us we're the reason why we're failing. Hitoshi nodded. If we stopped fighting ourselves, if we stopped throwing ourselves against the Amagi, we could have our own operations just as grand as theirs. He sighed and looked towards Kamaru again. That's why you gave me your ring, wasn't it? Kamaru closed his eyes and scratched his chin for a moment. I still really want to get back at Tanaka. Hitoshi groaned. Revenge was such a stupid thing. That was a bitter pill he had to swallow after he attempted to kill Izuku. Their encounter had been an accident, a raid on a warehouse hoping to find something good when no one was looking. Finding a stash of weapons strong enough to take down All Might, and then finding out that the Amagi were coming to make a deal. Such a stupid thing. Such a stupid mistake. There was no going back though. With the Amagi focused on the Shy Hasakai, this is our chance to focus on ourselves. When we face the Amagi next, I want all of us there. He played with the rings again and squared his shoulders. This is our best bet. This is what we should have done from the start. The table was silent in agreement. Now then, tell me about the other leaders. XXXX. He'd gotten used to sleeping with one eye open. His insomnia matched well with that natural paranoia he had cultivated over the years. It was a damn mystery how he functioned at all with how little sleep he got, though he placed a lot of that burden onto coffee. Of which he was out. With a groan that made him sound like he was in his 50s, Hitoshi stood and scratched his back while staring at what he had been reading, a police report on the previous leader of the Tokyo clan. He was a young man that died some 15 years ago. Somehow, he had united the clan without obtaining every ring. Sadly, no one currently in the clan had a clue as to why they did that, just hearsay and word of mouth. Another thing the Amagi had them beat in. Hell, even the Shy Hasakai kept better records than they did. Hitoshi clicked his tongue and let a flash of bitterness wash over him. Wouldn't surprise me if no one knew exactly why the Tokyo clan hated the Amagi so much. Besides the whole, they had it good while we had it not good. But he was going to make it better. The weapons would help, but he'd have to be careful using them. They couldn't handle drawing the ire of the police and heroes, especially not with the heat the Shy Hasakai was getting. They needed to play it cool. They needed to consolidate power. The remaining groups that made up the Tokyo clan were all obnoxious in some way or another, the two with the largest territories particularly so. One was led by a man called Orochi. He commanded by far the largest area and the most people. They often clashed with the raiders, the second largest who had more than one bike shop in their territory. The remaining two were odd. They shared the same tiny alcove to the north of the city and had nothing of value. He'd have to go meet with them and then deal with Orochi and the raiders. Hitoshi stifled a yawn as he walked down the hallway towards his coffee pot. As nice as his home was, he wished that he wouldn't have to walk quite so far just to get a refill. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. It wasn't just quiet. It was silent. The kind of silence that was impossible in a city like Tokyo. No drunkards arguing outside, no loud motorbikes. Nothing. Just the sound of his own breath. Izuku appeared from the wall, a half-there image that solidified into a vicious scowl that Hitoshi could only see a moment of before Izuku's right fist slammed into his cheek. It was a surprisingly weak punch from someone as well-built as Izuku, but it still hurt like fuck. Then he saw the way Izuku's sleeve roiled and realized that this was only the first part of the punch. Izuku's sleeve flung itself open as the fist of his ape merged over Izuku's arm, carrying much more force. Hitoshi felt his head get slammed into the wall before his ears started ringing, the ape's palm completely covering his mouth. Izuku stepped away from the ape's arm as the creature slowly manifested around both of them. Its other hand went on top of Hitoshi's head while its massive bulk pushed against both sides of the hallway. Despite the situation of being moments away from having his head torn from his body, Hitoshi found himself being remarkably calm as he stared at Izuku. Mostly because his former friend was taking the time to button up his sleeve, and since he wasn't already dead, that meant that Izuku wanted to talk. Before you ask, your guards have been taken care of. I technically told her not to kill them, but she has problems knowing her own strength. Izuku calmly buttoned up the sleeve that his ape had come out of and then slowly popped his neck while looking at Hitoshi. There was an unchecked fury in Izuku's eyes that seemed ready to swallow the world. For the life of me, I can't figure out why you would try to kill me. Were you just hurt that I was in the Amagi and you were in the Tokyo clan? Izuku asked and rolled his eyes. Because honestly, I didn't give a fuck about that. Hitoshi kept his mouth shut even as he felt the blood from his nose pour down over his lips. I can't help but think that all of this is so fucking stupid. Izuku laughed and placed both hands in his pockets before he kicked the wall out of anger. So fucking stupid, like, we could have worked together, we could have brought peace between our groups, could have helped each other. But you had to open fire on me. You had to try and not only take my life, but those of my friends. Izuku took in a deep breath and chuckled again. I spent a lot of time thinking about you, thinking about what to do with you, and honestly, I still don't know what to do. He spread his arms wide and then let them fall. It'd be easy to kill you. It'd be good practice for what I'm going to do to the shy Hasakai. Izuku walked close and then punched Hitoshi in the stomach. That one was not weak. Worst part is because of your fucking quirk, I can't even talk this shit out with you. Izuku groaned and scratched the back of his head in annoyance. And I'm going to be real, that's kind of what I fucking need right about now. Great, now he was feeling guilt on top of probably being killed. Izuku looked towards the ground. I asked my friends, most of them said I should rip out your tongue so you can't use your quirk anymore. At that, Hitoshi attempted to squirm until he felt the ape's fingers roll along his skull. Good news, I decided to not fucking to that. Izuku laughed and scratched the back of his head. I also, another punch to the stomach, decided I wasn't going to kill you. Grit. Which, Izuku got right in Hitoshi's face and placed both hands on his head. If you make me fucking regret, I will show up here again, and I will end you. Hitoshi held up his hand and gave a thumbs up. Great. Izuku clapped his hands and gave a laugh that made Hitoshi question his sanity. So this was my first time threatening someone, and I think I did a great job. Don't you agree, Raijin? The ape nodded. Sentient quirks were a pain in the ass. So, before I go, another punch, I'm going to make this really clear. If you attack me or the Amaji again, it will be the second to last thing you do. Last thing would be you hiding in fear knowing that I'm coming for you, because apparently, I have a ninja that can deadlift cars, and a Tanaka. So basically, my guns are bigger than yours. Izuku touched Raijin's arm, and the ape was sucked back into his skin like bubbles going down the drain. In the ape's place was a phantasmal tiger with multiple tails that looked like the arms of a galaxy. Also, I put a crow on you. Also, most of the reason why I decided not to kill you was because Kai killed my grandma, so he's going to be the first person I kill. Any questions that I won't answer because your quirk is a bitch. Hitoshi wiped the blood from his nose and slumped down onto the floor. Nope, you've made things clear. Izuku opened his mouth, then slapped his mouth shut and nodded. Then he left the same way he entered, through a hole in the wall that didn't exist. Hitoshi pushed himself up against the wall and held his stomach. Damn, he could hit hard. And was the fancy move of the punch into a giant ape face grab really needed? He should probably go check on his guards, especially if Izuku's ninjas couldn't control her strength. Geez, did he meet her? It wasn't Ori. Light from his hand caught his attention. A small flame floated just in the palm of his hand. He stared at it for a moment. Was this another one of Izuku's quirks? Or was this something else? He bounced his hand, trying to touch the flame, but it moved with him, its flame dancing with every motion. He closed his hand and smiled as he stared at the blood-covered ring that he had been wearing. I guess I owe you a thank you, Izuku. He gave a soft laugh and opened his hand again to once again conjure the flame. Was it still a legend if it was true? His research was progressing steadily. Ares' blood was exactly the catalyst he needed. Already he had made a breakthrough in doubling the duration of the drug. Now that he understood the process and the countermeasures of stabilizing it, he'd need only a few more months before it was finished. After all, someone didn't need to be quirkless forever, just the rest of their life. 60 years should do, and in 18 more iterations, the drug would last exactly that long. It was a shame Eri only had so much blood to give. Kai reclined into his sofa and glared up at the clock. Still, even with his speed, he was running out of time. It would seem that the Amaji still had fangs and already all of his trigger distributors out in their territory had been whipped out. And more around the city were vanishing by the day. To say it was impressive would be an understatement. I may have to actually deal with them. Kai glared at the clock as it slowly ticked away. From what he had heard of the Amaji was that they were little more than glorified businessmen that ran a casino and a fight club. They were in power because people, especially the police, liked them in power. With that hag, Hinabi, out of the way, they, as well as the rest of their elders, shouldn't have been able to act this effectively. After all, their only real threat that wasn't a fossil had been a man called Tanaka. And it was no secret that planning and thinking in general wasn't something Tanaka did. There were rumors about his quirk simply being too stupid to die. Kai glanced at his hand and hummed softly. Someone who has a quirk that makes it so they can't lose in a fight. How exactly did that work? What would happen if he touched Tanaka? Would his quirk even work? Or would his ability to rewrite the structure of something overpower Tanaka's quirk? Perhaps Tanaka would simply reform over and over again until he won. Or maybe Kai would be spelling his own doom as every particle of Tanaka's former being would begin to plot his downfall. Such musings were for people that didn't have a quirkless drug. Still, it may be more beneficial to simply dismantle the Amagi and take in Tanaka as a stray dog a few years down the line. Good muscle was easy to find, but Tanaka's brand of muscle was exceptionally rare. Overhauled, Toya Setsuno came scrambling into his private chamber with a crazed look in his eye, his mask nearly falling from his face. The lanky man always kept his blonde hair obnoxiously long, but his devotion and ability to control the other two made that slight annoyance worthwhile. The police are here. So? Kai leaned forward and clapped his gloved hands together. If they don't have a warrant, send them away. If they do, let them investigate the house. They won't find the entrance. About that overhaul, sir. Toya bowed his head twice and kept his hands at his side. You see, they brought heroes, sir. Looks like time was running out. Kai stood and smiled behind his mask. Was this also the Amagi's doing? We prepared for this, didn't we, Toya? Toya nodded. I'm ready to throw my life on the line, overhaul, sir. Good, tell the others. XXXX. Sir, for the last time we're going to have to ask you to leave. This could get dangerous. I'm just walking my dog. That's not a dog. Every one of the heroes that Sir Night-Eye had gathered for the raid turned and looked down the street where a large red man that looked exactly like an Oni trying to pose as a Yakuza member. At his side was a six-legged creature that appeared to be oozing a glowing red liquid from its mouth, but looked so happy that it couldn't not be considered the most adorable creature on this side of the world. Well, second only to Nijire when she was being extra Nijire. Hey, it's his quirk, he can't help it, isn't that right, Hisashi? With a voice that sounded like two boulders grinding against each other, the living hunk of charcoal gave a small hap and let out a yip that was so cute it actually hurt. Ryuko sighed as she put the pieces together of what was happening. If Tanaka was here, then she'd imagine that this wasn't going to go as smoothly as even the most realistic among them were hoping. She glanced over towards Night-Eye, who gave her a small nod. Right, she just had to look. It was a good thing both her sister and her had inherited their father's resting bitch face. She sighed and walked over towards him, making sure to carry herself as a hero should and maintain eye contact with the Amagi's biggest stick. You're not even using a leash. He's well trained, besides, he is made of fire, so I can't exactly leash him. And watch, Tanaka leaned down and pulled a storm drain grate out of its hole with one hand and then placed it on Hisashi's body. To her amusement and lack of surprise, the massive hunk iron passed right through Hisashi like he was made of little more than jello. Oh, he looks like fun, Nijire announced that she had elected to follow Ryuko towards Tanaka. I just want to touch him and pinch his cheeks. That level of cuteness could destroy the world. Ryuko felt her cheeks burn and then coughed. Right, she needed to be serious and in control of this. She stopped just to the side of the two officers that were panicking in Tanaka's general vicinity and gave a slight cough. Tanaka, could you please put that back? I was gonna. Tanak grabbed the grate out from under Hisashi and placed it back into its hole. Wait, Tanaka turned to look at her. You know who I am? Yeah, Ryuko nodded. We were kind of briefed on you since you might show up. She smiled softly and watched as Tanaka's eyes widened. I'm also Sai's sister. Oh, I see that. A large red finger was pointed right at her face. Right? Well, Tanaka, Ryuko coughed and put on her hero's face. Why are you here? I'm walking my dog. Tanaka repeated himself and pointed towards Hisashi, who let out another adorable yip. Ahu, Ryuko tried not to groan. Why are you really here? Are you here to help the Shei Hasakai? No way. I'm here to make sure that you guys don't get in over your head. Tanaka flailed his arms and gestured towards the building. Oh, and I'm here to make sure that no one escapes. He pounded on his chest and beamed with pride. Today, I'm on your guy's side. He started to fiddle with his shirt. I even made a costume like yous guys do. Tanaka burst open his dress shirt and revealed what looked like a simple black t-shirt that had a large red T etched into it. See? My hero name is Tanaka. Woth Nijire bounced over. That's great, my hero name is Nejirekan. Wo is your real name Nijire? Tanaka asked. Yet Nijire held up her hand. High five. Yet Tanaka held his hand up high enough that Nijire had to jump and use her quirk to reach it. But. Look, Tanaka, you know you're not supposed to be here, right? Yes, I am. Izuku said. But you're not allowed. So? She felt her eye twitch. Tanaka let out a loud noise and clapped his hand. I just realized my quirk means that I never lose, right? So do you think that applies to arguments and stuff? Ryuko could feel herself losing brain cells. How was her sister still sane? Oh, that sounds like it could be true. Nijire clapped her hands. Wait, if you never lose, what happens when you play the lottery? Oh, I think it only works with fights and stuff, not like luck and stuff, but I think I'm pretty lucky. Tanaka pounded on his chest. I have some great friends and... The front gate to the Shei Hasakai burst open as a large villain wearing a beaked mask came charging out into the police. Talk later, smash first. Ryuko could do little but watch as Tanaka grabbed Hisashi by the tail, the creature's non-Newtonian form shifting into a large shield that half-covered Tanaka's arm. And then to top things off, Tanaka pulled a katana out of Hisashi's mouth that left a trail of shadows like a wet brush to paper through the air. Wait, you're not allowed to? The fighting hadn't even started and she already felt defeated. At least they'd probably win. It was a gamble with no risk. Heroes would always go out of their way to save people, it was just who they were. It was why they were weak. This hero, this Lemillion could have beaten him easily. He had the skill, and he had a quirk that made him all but invincible. But only himself. That's why he shot at Eri. Even as she was frightened and going through a rebellious phase, she was still being a useful tool. Kai groaned and tapped the bruise on his side. That glasses-wearing hero, Sir Night-Eye, had gotten a few good hits. But nothing too damaging. The only question was whether or not it was worth the pain of healing himself with his quirk. All you heroes are the same. Kai laughed and kept his gun trained on Lemillion, the bloodstain on the hero's leg growing wider by the moment. You so carelessly throw your lives away to save some little girl who will only do harm if she's taken from me. Don't you see, her quirk is dangerous, only I can control her. The defiant look on Lemillion's face was so irritating. But the surprise that followed was so satisfying. My quirk? Lemillion asked. I thought for sure you all knew. Kai laughed and looked at his gun. He only had one of the quirk erasing bullets prepared. I've been making a quirk erasing drug, and that bullet you so kindly took was laced with it. The fear on the hero's face vanished, replaced with a disgusting look of resolve. Even with a bullet in his leg and no quirk, he was still intent on defying him. Quirk or no, I won't let you take her. Kai groaned and tapped his finger to his palm. Pain flashed through his body, nearly enough to make him scream, but he had gotten used to the pain long enough and was able to suppress all but a groan. In a moment his body was restored to perfect condition, removing the bruise he had gotten from the fight, and even his fatigue was removed. Don't worry, that drug I gave you will only last half a day or so. But, I guess for you that's the rest of your life, isn't it? These hero types always pissed him off, but this one was particularly irritating. So much time wasted because of these fools. He'd have to set up a new lab and even a power base now that this base was compromised. As long as he had Eri, things would be fine. But this obnoxious fucker didn't care about that. He just wanted to save Eri because she wasn't happy. Let's see how long you keep this up, hero. Kai slammed his hands to the ground, reforming the room so that it would cause sharp, jagged bits of rocks to shoot towards Lemillion. To Kai's continued annoyance, the hero's combat skills were not diminished by his lack of quirk. Instead, it seemed like the desperation to survive was making his extraordinary abilities stand out all the more. He blocked, destroyed, and evaded every single attack Kai sent at him, until the wound on his leg got the better of him. A pillar of stone shot into Lemillion's right shoulder, puncturing it clear to the other side. With a scream of defiance, the hero shattered the spear and glared onward. Even that wouldn't be enough to take him down. As much as your conviction annoys and irritates me, I must say that it is admirable, Lemillion. Kai laughed and tapped the ground again. 3 spears shot out from the ground this time, and Lemillion took one but broke the other 2 with his remaining arm. But you can't keep this up forever. With the sound of thunder that left the entire room silent in its aftermath, the large steel door that locked this room shut was sent flying clear to the other side with enough force to embed it into the wall like it was designed to be there. Electricity filled the air as a tall man with a muscular build and messy green hair strode into the room. "Pardon me for the intrusion," the man commented, paying more attention to his shirt cuffs as he slowly undid the buttons. He took his time, walking forward, never glancing at any of them. With a toss so casual that this battlefield might be little more than his bedroom, the man removed his jacket and began to work on his shirt. Lemillion gave a shocked gasp. "Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Hero." The man finally looked towards someone and smiled softly. "But I'll be taking over from here." A shadow leapt from the man's figure, taking the form of a cat covered in stars and space. "Don't worry though, Shade will take you out of the building." Like hell, Kai attempted another attack, but as the shadow creature reached Lemillion and Eri, he found that his attack passed right through their now ethereal forms. "More bullshit, Quirks?" "Hold on tight." The man nodded. Kai could do little beyond watch as the large feline creature whisked away Lemillion and Eri, phasing through walls like it was nothing. "Who the hell are you?" Kai asked, glaring at the new threat. "Oh, you know who I am," the man said slowly, the tattoos on his chest being revealed button by button. There were crows on his neck. "You know why I'm here?" The tattoos were moving. "And you know I will have no mercy." The man fully removed his shirt, revealing the complex tattoos covering his chest that didn't just seem to move, they actually were. A large white ape leapt from the man's chest and landed in the room with the same sound of thunder that had destroyed the door. But it was the tattoo on the man's chest, right where his heart was, that gave Kai a clue on who this man was. Hanabi. Blue flames billowed out from the man as a pair of great flaming wings emerged from his body, living flames that looked like they were made of stylized ink highlighted by puffs of brilliant oranges. The creature's fearsome beak was a bright yellow that, despite being living flame, looked more than sharp enough to harm, and the red flames it had for eyes showed the same sense of defiance the woman it represented once had. But, in case you need a hint, the man held his arms out wide. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and because of you I'm the boss of the Amagi." With that, the ape charged. Its massive arm was several times the size of Kai's entire body and extended far back into a powerful haymaker. Despite its impressive size, the ape moved with as much speed as Lemillion had. What's more, is that the lightning around the beast was making the hair on Kai's entire body stand on edge. Kai ducked forward. Whether or not his overhaul would work on the summoned creature of a Quirk was seemingly random. But the odds were in his favor. He lunged forward, a single finger extended towards the beast as a mighty punch came billowing down, while he made sure his other hand was ready to restore his body if things turned poorly. Kai touched the beast, electricity numbing his arm, but the ape exploded into a fine white and blue mist that hung in the air for a few moments. On the other side, he saw Izuku wince in pain. So he shared damage with his creatures. That was unfortunate for him. "You talked a big game, but let me..." The mist he had left the ape reformed in the blink of an eye. The fist drawn back again. A blue glow so intense shined from the creature's eyes that it drowned out all of its other features and gave Kai a sense of doom that he hadn't felt before. Thunderstruck, and Kai found his body ragdolling across the floor. He had to restore himself twice before he landed to survive the attack. "Oh, don't worry, Kai." Izuku's green eyes reflected the same brutal intent that the ape did. "We're nowhere near done. Sir Knight?" He stood and greeted the tall man that likely had arms longer than her entire person. She reached across her desk, accidentally pushing a few pieces of paper off to the side, and instantly she felt her headache wane slightly. This raid had all but buried her in paperwork. The evidence, the abruptness, the urgency, all of that was being channeled through her. To what do I owe the pleasure? After this, she was going to go on a vacation, and Izuku was going to pay for it. Sir Knight, the hero in charge of this operation, took her hand and smiled. "Well, I'm curious about a certain group, and I'm told you're the expert." He gave a light whine and slumped down into her chair. She tapped her forehead against her desk and felt like she was getting a new headache. If she had named them, this one would be Izuku, the 63rd. Let me guess, the Amagi? Sir Night-Eye nodded and sat on the small chair she kept in front of her desk. Thankfully, they finally gave her her own office. With the flick of a switch, the windows that separated her office from the rest of the floor turned opaque, and the door locked tight. It was one of many perks her new office had. All right. She folded her hands in her lap and closed her eyes. What did they do? She knew she would have been there for Izuku's meeting with Sir Night-Eye. I'm not sure. Sir Njithai adjusted his glasses. Somehow they're going to find out about the raid. Well, it's not from me. Se crossed her arms and huffed. Was she acting like a child? Again? Damn it. As much as I trust Izuku, I'm not dumb enough to spill the beans to him. Trust? Sir Night-Eye crossed his hands over his knee and hummed. He nodded, mulling over the word. I'm curious why you say that. He's the leader of the Amagi after all. Isn't it your job to be suspicious of him? He shrugged. Technically my job is to maintain a positive relationship with the Amagi and report on their operations. Trust is a part of that. I see. Having seen his future, I can understand why you would trust him. He adjusted his glasses calmly. But I came here for answers. Of course. What is it that you need to know? He glanced at the clock and then looked at her paperwork. Just make it quick. I'm kind of swamped at the moment. He nodded and smiled. I'm mostly curious about what exactly Izuku, as the rest of the Amagi, can do, but I'm primarily here because I'd like to know how exactly they learn about the raid, mostly because I feel like his meeting with me allowed him to learn about the Shei Hasakai's location. Well, there's a chance that it's Sho, his quirk, restless, makes it so he doesn't need to sleep and he's always at full energy. Se reached into her files and began pulling out a massive folder on the Amagi. She drummed her fingers on it. The tags for Hanabi, Hiruzen, and the other elders were still in there. She'd need to reorganize. To my knowledge, he's great at tracking and finding people, but his list of skills isn't limited to that. Sir Night-Eye hummed and twiddled his thumbs. I don't think it's mere coincidence. It could be that they wait for us to attack before moving in, but something Izuku said hints that I lead him to them. Oh, he hummed and flipped through the files. Honestly, Izuku's quirk is a bit unique, so I wouldn't rule out that this was his doing. She opened to his file. While the history page was thin compared to pretty much every other entry, his quirk page was already several pages long and needed its own organization. It's a bit tragic though, he wanted to be a hero too. I looked into that. A scowl formed on his face that had him grabbing his knees with white knuckles. Yue had attempted to reach out to him for a secondary evaluation, but by that point he had already run away. Se winced. Yeah, from what I know, most of what happened was the result of him and his mother having a conflict. Indeed, Sir Night-Eye hummed, but we're getting off topic. Explain his abilities if you would. Right? Well, in his own words, Izuku can make any art drawn on his skin real, and what's more, they're alive while on his skin as well. From what he told me, there are several factors that go into how strong any object or creature is, how permanent it is, which is why he needed tattoos, the quality of the art, whether or not there's some meaning to the tattoo, and if Ori was the one to create it. The two seem to think that their quirks interact with each other well, and I'm hard-pressed to disagree. Sir Night-Eye coughed, a bit of a blush appearing on his cheeks. Right, I'm aware of her. Why was he blushing? Wait, he could see people's futures. He probably saw a lot of Ori. Se looked at the girl's photo. A whole lot of Ori. Anyways, the main combatant in Izuku's arsenal is a giant ape he calls Raijin. Se tugged the collar of her shirt and continued to read her own report. The exact extent of the ape's power isn't known, and it hasn't lost a fight it's been in yet, but it has several feats of strength under its belt, such as neutralizing a Nomu that required Class 4 restraints. Additionally, because of its electric properties, it can deal with threats immune to physical damage. Honestly, Raijin alone is more than what most people have for quirks. Sir Night-Eye nodded. Next is the tattoo he named after his father, Hisashi. Out of all Izuku's tattoos, I feel like this one is the most mysterious. So far, His abilities are having a set of physics that it can choose to apply to itself and others at will. For example, the lava in its mouth can burn people or do no damage whatsoever. He can burrow through any surface and leave no trail, and he uses this ability to defend Izuku by acting as a shield in close combat. He's also brought a real-world item into Izuku's tattoo, a feat that hasn't happened since. What item? A sword. She still technically wasn't allowed to say whose sword exactly. She would have hoped that Izuku would be less dramatic than his grandmother, but those hopes had died before she even knew he was the new boss. Apparently, it leaves a trail of ink when he cuts with it, but beyond that, we don't know if it has any special effects. Night Eye hummed. His most recent tattoo is Shade, one he got to bond with his subordinate Eva. Apparently, Shade can phase herself and others through solid objects, though she can't move up or down in this state, and she is nearly impossible to see at night. From my sister's, Ryukyu's report, it can be assumed that Izuku can manifest this ability alongside Raijin. She flipped the page and took a small breath. And then he looked at her report and stood up. She slapped her hands on it and smiled. Crows. He raised an eyebrow. Clearly he wasn't picking up what she was throwing down. Crows? Yeah. It was rushes like this why she had gotten into police work. Izuku, he got a bunch of crows tattooed onto his neck during a joint operation. They're basically living shadows and they can relay audio information between each other. I see, so he must have planted a crow on me when we shook hands. Sir Nighthigh stood and adjusted his tie. Thank you for your time. That's it? He asked, feeling more than a bit surprised. Do you have anything on his bluebird? Or a snake? No. Must be too soon then. Still, this has been enlightening, but I'm sure both of us have much to do for tomorrow's raid. The pain Izuku felt when Raijin had been destroyed by Kai's quirk was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Prior to meeting Ori and undergoing her needle over and over and over again, he likely would have passed out from what felt like being dipped into lava and then plunged into the coldest water possible. It spoke to just how deadly Kai's quirk was. As much as Izuku wanted to beat Kai with his own bare hands, he wasn't stupid. He was well aware of how dangerous Kai's quirk was. A single touch could spell death. But having Raijin smack the shit out of him was satisfying in its own way. Izuku kept his eye locked on Kai as the skinny man rag-dolled across the room from a haymaker that would made All Might proud. But by the time Kai stumbled to his feet, all of his scrapes and bruises had vanished. For a moment, just a moment, Izuku saw a flash of pain cross Kai's face. He wasn't immortal, but still dangerous. Part of Izuku wished that he kept Shade around, but it was more important that he got the heroes out of here. He didn't want any witnesses. He had given Hisashi to Tanaka, largely on a whim and to act as backup in case Kai somehow escaped. Besides, Hisashi's brand of defense wouldn't be too useful against Kai, and could cause him to get cocky, which would likely result in a blood stain. All of his tattoos meant something. The crows were his desire to protect his friends and family. Shade was his connection to Eva, and represented whatever their future held together. Hisashi represented what could have been a connection to his father that he had longed for years. Then there was his most recent tattoo. Placed right above his heart was the woman that had changed his life. Hanabi, represented as a blue phoenix that acted as the sun for the landscape Ori had painted, her light blue light somehow spread through every corner of his skin. In terms of time and detail, Hanabi was by far the single most intensive piece Ori had done. Though Izuku didn't know exactly what Hanabi could do, he could all but feel the power that radiated from her flames as she partially cloaked him in her bright blue flames. Much like his grandmother, she was patient and cunning, with the motes of flames that formed her eyes watching the world around them carefully. She represented the person that had guided him, the person that had helped him find out who he was, the person that supported him, and the person that showed him the future. All while being a crazy old lady that didn't take shit from no one. And Ori had captured all of that within his newest tattoo. So, despite all that, the one best suited for this fight was Raijin. It took Izuku some time to figure out why exactly Raijin was so important. He was literally just some random tattoo that he had gotten for his first tattoo. There was no reason for why Raijin was Raijin. But he did end up representing something. Izuku smiled as he felt a rush go through his body. Kai had touched the ground, deforming and launching a wave of spikes towards Izuku that could skewer him if he wasn't careful, but Izuku was prepared. With a shout that came out of nowhere, he brought his arm down and shattered the rock spear before it reached him. Like hell that would work, Izuku shouted and glared at Kai. His scowl turned into something close to a smirk as he watched Kai's face fall. He pointed his finger towards Kai, and Hanabi let out a screech that was close to that of a roaring flame before a massive gout of orange flame shot from her mouth, engulfing where Kai stood. A barrier of stone deflected much of it, though his jacket had been burned in places. With a small touch on his own hand, Kai was back to being good as new. Then Raijin came charging. His raw power was turned into speed as he used his massive arms to push himself off the ground. With a strike that sounded like thunder, Raijin blasted apart Kai's temporary shelter, then kept the momentum going by slamming with a massive backhand that barely grazed Kai, sending his arm flying backwards in an unnatural way. Then once again, Raijin exploded into a cloud of ink and Izuku could feel his nerves screaming in raw agony. Kai tumbled away just as Raijin reformed to deliver a second strike that would otherwise be lethal. With a touch to his own body, Kai healed himself again and then placed his hand on the ground to launch yet more spikes towards Izuku. Once again, Izuku blocked them, his strength training and Waken's teachings paying off in spades. Izuku was half sure that Kai would have attempted to dash towards Izuku. His best bet was to get in close range and simply touch Izuku. Instead, he moved towards one of the bodies that lay defeated around the large room that served as their arena. In a flash, Kai's body transformed into something monstrous. 2 extra limbs that looked like they were all sinew and bone sprouted from his sides, and a black cloak shrouded his body, while Kai's mask had now fused with his face to create a fearsome beak. "You're a fool," Kai shouted, slamming 2 hands onto the ground while he turned to face Raijin once again. Izuku attempted to dodge, but a sudden flash of pain from Raijin being destroyed yet again staggered him just long enough for the rocky spike to skewer his arm. With a grunt, he broke the spear and pulled it out, glaring at his foe. He tossed the spike towards the ground, shattering it, and welcomed Hanabi's soothing flames as they slowly began to heal his wound. "I don't care what you think," Izuku shouted, and watched as Kai was sent flying by Raijin's fist yet again. "You don't get it, I'm doing this for us," Kai shouted, sounding like a terrible ex-girlfriend for half a second as he dodged another one of Raijin's fists. "For all Yakuza. A world where we control quirks, a world where we're on top again, where we're not treated like novelties from a bygone era." "Oh," Izuku laughed as he felt his wound fully close. "You don't have to worry about that. I'm going to be standing on top all right, but you won't be around to see it." Once again, Raijin had disintegrated and pain flashed through Izuku again. This time it was almost enough to bring Izuku to his knees. He didn't know if he had an upper limit for bringing his tattoo back, but it certainly felt like it. Raijin reformed, but instead of charging at Kai, he stood his ground, glaring at the much smaller man and letting out an annoyed grunt. Then he slammed on the ground, his fists shaking the building, and his body seemed to swell. In many ways, Raijin was like Tanaka, someone that was too stupid to truly lose. Despite their similarities, Raijin's fighting style had one key difference. It wasn't that he couldn't lose, it was that he absolutely refused to lose. It was what Raijin represented: Izuku's thirst to prove himself, his desire for victory, his refusal to give up. Raijin represented all those years Izuku spent trying to prove that his quirk wasn't weak. And the result was spectacular. With a scream, Raijin's body began to glow, lightning arcing from around its body and forcing Kai to step back, and even Izuku had to look away from his intensity. With a grunt that Izuku could feel, a burst of lightning shot out from Raijin's side and slammed into the ground, spreading slightly, but maintaining its shape. The second one mirrored it on the other side, and then the light faded. And Raijin stood with 4 arms. For a moment, Izuku forgot all about revenge and could only think a single word. "What the fuck?" Kai asked, stunned for a moment, and acting like he didn't just grow 4 arms 2 seconds ago. "Yeah." Izuku smiled and Raijin charged once again. "He doesn't like to lose." "Were those permanent?" With the extra arms, Raijin was somehow a better fighter, forcing Kai to dodge several times before he inevitably managed to land a single finger on Raijin. But still it felt like things were not going the way Izuku wanted. He could see the weariness on Kai's face, but it wasn't enough. He needed something else. He needed something risky. It's like there's a whole world in your skin. His mother's words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile as he felt his skin shift. XXXX. Kai wasn't sure exactly how much longer he could last. This beast fought with abandon. It had no need to consider its own life, so it charged without fear, coming out from fatal wounds ready to strike. This was why he hated conjuring quirks. That upstart had even forced him to merge with one of his subordinates just to be able to keep up. But the cracks were starting to show. Ever since that beast grew 4 arms, the time between its reformations was starting to expand, giving Kai more and more time to think and assess the situation. The attacks from that blue phoenix were slowing down as well, and it looked like the healing factor it had given the Amagi punk was diminishing, as several of the wounds he had managed to inflict were still there. He wasn't sure who exactly would win in a match of attrition. Even with his quirk healing him to perfect health in an instant, he was still starting to feel that fatigue. Every time he healed himself, it felt like he was missing something, and the pain of the beast's punches still lingered. It was only a matter of time before he messed up and the beast managed to grab him for more than a second and rip his limbs off. He'd only ever heard that gorillas could accomplish this, but seeing this giant lightning version of it that grew an extra set of limbs just because it could, Kai didn't doubt its ability to make that fable a reality. So he needed to hurry. Kai turned his attention towards the Amagi punk, counting down the seconds for that ape to reform and punch his lights out again. The once vibrant tattoos on Izuku's upper body were now faded, and that blue phoenix appeared to be much smaller. What's more, he looked ready to pass out. It was a shame really. Someone like that would have been a welcome ally. He used the police and heroes to further his own goals, and was likely the reason why so many of his dispensaries had gone under recently. Chances are many of his recent troubles were caused by this punk. The beast spawned again, and this time Kai attacked it, landing a hit that had Izuku recoiling from the pain as the color continued to drain from his tattoos. This was it. Kai turned and placed a single hand onto the ground, willing it to become a pillar that would launch him towards Izuku. Now you die. That smile. That searing smile that felt like he was stranded in the desert with not a single drop to drink had his heart sinking. Izuku raised his arm. All the color, all the ink on his skin had been gathered into the palm of his hand, creating a swirling mote of color that swallowed everything around it. Kai lunged, desperate to touch Izuku before he could act. But it was too late. A swarm of birds flew from Izuku's palm, their forms leaving trails of ink like a pen that had burst, sending splatters everywhere. They swarmed past and around him, engulfing him in their thick, viscous webs that swallowed everything from the wind, to the sound, to the light. Living tapestry, ink prison. Then all he knew was darkness. And the scent of ink. She wasn't sure if she should arrest them or not. Hell, she wasn't sure if they even could arrest them. If her hair wasn't already an ashen gray, she could have sworn that she was getting new gray hairs by the second just watching as the Amagi helped round up the remaining members of the Shai Hasakai. She had only seen Tanaka's efforts of leaping into the fray and taking down one of the tougher enemies on his own. Even if he was equipped with Hisashi and Izuku's sword. But then there was Eva as well. When she had agreed to leave Eva with the Amagi a few short months ago, she wasn't quite aware just how powerful of a weapon she had been leaving them. Watching the petite girl carry 3 yakuza in one arm while she hauled a very skinny fat gum out from the underground complex had been a sight to see. Apparently she could have carried more, but they were too big and awkward. Captain S.E.? One of the support officers ran up to her with the radio still pressed against his ear. I'm told to let you know we're getting calls from all over the Shai Hasakai's territory. We sent a few cruisers to investigate, and they're reporting that more Shai Hasakai affiliates have been subdued. They wanted to pinch her nose and slam her head into the wall, hopefully with enough force to make her headache go away. Then again, considering how her headache was called Amagi, she wasn't sure if an all-might punch could alleviate it. The prisons were already strained asses, and having such a huge influx was going to be a problem. But a bigger problem was that she was totally going to get blamed for this. And that meant she was going to get fired, or a promotion. She wasn't exactly sure which one she preferred. That's good. SAE nodded. See how many police transports we can get? I have a feeling we're going to need a few. Roger, ma'am, the officer saluted and began to relay the information. Essie glanced towards the 3 transports that had already gathered just outside the Shai Hasakai and saw Tanaka standing away from most of the cops. His dress shirt was unbuttoned and torn from the damage, but for the most part, he looked perfectly fine, having lived up to his reputation as a formidable fighter. His brow was furrowed, making him look much more terrifying than normal as he focused on the doctors tending to the heroes and that girl they had found. That girl, Issy tapped on her cheek and walked towards the medical team. Sir Night-Eye had been heavily wounded, but was stable. His protégé Lemillion had been hit by the Quirk erasing bullet, but there was a good chance he would recover from it. Overhaul himself had all but confirmed the drug wasn't perfected yet, but still, they hadn't actually found the formula yet. She ran her hand along the ambulance and then peeked around the corner, getting a good look at the girl that looked completely lost by all the attention she was receiving. Every so often she would look towards Tanaka and then turn her head away. She had read in a report that Tanaka and Ori had an older brother that was marrying the daughter of the Shai Hasakai head. They were met with tragedy shortly after their first child was born. Red eyes were fairly common. Essie herself had hair similar enough to white, and horns also weren't rare, but still, there were features in Eri that felt like they belonged to Ori. A blood test could prove the relation, but so too could a birth certificate. She needed to talk to Tanaka. SCE straightened her posture and walked towards Tanaka, only to be cut off by Izuku emerging from the compound, looking like a fucking model with how he was wearing his suit jacket on his shoulders, leaving his upper body exposed. The tattoos on his chest looked more vivid now than ever, so much so that they even hid the definition on his body. She could see a new addition to his tattoos, a large blue phoenix right over his heart. Oh. She found herself recalling the conversation she had with Sir Night-Eye. Blue bird. Huh. Izuku paused to look at her. He was covered in sweat and honestly looked like he needed a smoke more than anyone she'd ever met. It was hard to remember that he was still only 18. Oh, Essie, what are you doing here? Eva bounced up alongside Izuku, the well-fitted suit she was wearing still nearly pristine, save for the dust and blood on her gloves. She looked happy. That was good. Essie shook her head and tore her eyes from Izuku's chest even as the phoenix began to move again. A lot, she said, firmly resisting the urge to be casual around Izuku. She may think he's a good guy, but there was only so much she could let him get away with. Dealing with the arrests and the fallout of you guys crashing the raid, Izuku just shrugged and gave her an easy smile. Sorry about that, but I had to do it. He didn't. He really didn't. She let out a sigh and relaxed her hand. The brief moment of rage she'd felt had left a mark on the palm of her hand where her nails had dug nearly too deep. Right? Okay, and what about Overhaul? Even with everything that had happened, she would have expected just a bit of remorse from Izuku. But she found none. He won't be a problem anymore. Izuku made to move from her, and the aura of confidence he was displaying right now was nearly enough to let him past. It certainly had Eva all but making hard eyes at him. That girl was thirsty with a capital T. She stepped in front of Izuku and held out her arm. Tell me what you did. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed. Look, Essie, I just spent the last 20 minutes playing a game of tag where if I get touched once my entire body explodes. I want to go home and have sex with Ori. You'll be lucky if I don't arrest you, Essie growled at him. I understand why you did this, but you crossed so many lines it's not even funny, Izuku. I want to be on your side. I really do, but I can't do that if you don't tell me what you did. Does it really matter? I saved 2 heroes. Izuku gestured towards Lemillion and Sir Night-Eye, and Eva probably saved a couple herself. Ida and Wacken are probably still running around giving your officers the locations of their operations. Just trust me that Overhaul is dealt with. He needs to face the law. She took a steady breath, feeling her resolve shake before firming up again. He needs to be put on trial and then sent to Tartarus. Izuku let out a dry laugh. Where he's at right now is far worse than Tartarus. What? See narrowed his eyes and then pushed Izuku's jacket to the side just enough to look at the animated jungle that dominated his torso. She saw motion, a shadow moving in there. He's in there, isn't he? Yeah. Izuku shrugged, his jacket closed and then scratched the back of his head. It took me a while to figure out how to bring Stendhal's sword out, and it's not quite the same for a human. It was the only way I had to really beat him. He sighed and then pinched the bridge of her nose. If you had just said that, I would have trusted you. Getting all hostile like that isn't good for our relationship, Izuku. Yeah, I know, I'm just tired and I want to go home. So, can I? Izuku held his arms out wide, begging for permission. Every time he used his quirk on Raijin, it felt like I was being dipped in acid. Fine, but I still need to talk to you and Tanaka about something. Can it wait? It won't take much time. Fine. Izuku shrugged and gestured for her to follow him. Standing next to Izuku and Tanaka made her feel frighteningly small. If it wasn't for Eva standing nearby, she would have felt like a child. It wasn't even that she was short for a girl. Izuku and Tanaka were just plain tall. All right, what is it that you want? Izuku asked as he leaned against the side wall, his eyes closed. He really was exhausted, wasn't he? That girl. She gestured behind her and looked Tanaka in the eyes. She was nearly shaking in her boots, but she knew part of it was just the effect of Tanaka. Do you know her? Well, I think. Tanaka scratched the back of his head. I mean, she looks a bit like Ori when she was little, and she's probably about the right age for my niece, and my big bro's wife was here with them. What? Izuku straightened, his weariness vanishing for the moment, and glanced across the street to Eri. Do you really think it's her? Even Eva looked over at the small girl. Kind of. Tanaka shrugged. I mean, I kind of get that feeling that it might be her. It just matches up, you know? And what if she is? Issei asked, tapping her foot against the ground, arms crossed over her chest. What will you do if she is? Tanaka glanced towards Izuku and then shrugged. I don't know. I mean, children are afraid of me, and the feeling is kind of mutual, but... He pinched her nose and waved her hand down and away from her like she was trying to move on. Okay, so, I'm going to make this very clear right now. Eri isn't Eva. Duh, Eva said loudly. I'm here, she's there. Izuku snickered at that. What I'm trying to say is, you won't be adopting Eri. She glanced towards both Tanaka and Izuku to find neither one of them looked too surprised by this. Still, just saying those words made her feel so bad she had to explain herself. Tanaka's arrest record alone stops him from being eligible, and while you haven't actually been arrested, Izuku, you're still, she gestured towards him, the head of a Yakuza family. Izuku nodded in agreement. Still not used to that? And that girl, from what I know, has been tormented by the Shy Hasakai for years. Additionally, her quirk isn't fully under her control. For now, Eraserhead has agreed to watch over her, for obvious reasons. He let out a breath and then looked back towards the girl, and then sighed again. I understand that you might be her family, but don't you think she deserves a bit of peace? Tanaka just shrugged. I wasn't really thinking about adopting her or anything like that. I know how rough it is growing up in a Yakuza family. Sometimes I wish I had a normal life. She glanced towards Izuku. I'm 18, Izuku shrugged. I think I'm too young to have a kid, and I kind of have my hands full with everything else. He sighed and glanced in the vague direction of the Amagi compound. As for Ori, well, when my mom asked her when she could expect a grandchild, she told Inko that she better get started on giving me a brother or sister. Oh yeah, Ori hates kids? Tanaka nodded firmly. Se blinked and looked at this oddball group of a Yakuza family. She straightened her shoulders and readjusted her tie. Honestly, I was expecting a bit more fight from you on this. Can Tanaka and Ori still visit her if they want? Izuku asked. I agree that right now the Amagi isn't the best place to raise a kid that young, but still, she should at least know her family, right? Se smiled at that and nodded. Yeah, that can be arranged. Great. The tiredness came back to Izuku's face. Can I go now? One last question. He looked so defeated by that. Fine, what is it? The Shy Hasakai's territory, what do you plan on? Dude, Izuku tossed his arms up, causing his jacket to fall before it hit the ground. I just became the head of the Amagi like a week ago, I don't even know my own territory, I have no plans for this shit, right? He hummed, feeling an odd mixture of terrified and relieved. That's all, you can go now. As she watched the Amagi leave, she couldn't help but feel like things had gone so smoothly because of Izuku's thirst for revenge. Still, it was good to see that after he got his revenge, he was mostly back to the nice kid she met months ago. But how the fuck am I going to explain what happened to Overhaul? The ground. The everything was ink. Kai glanced around the darkened jungle he had awakened to. The sounds of 1,000 birds plagued him as he tried to piece together what had happened to him. Everything seemed to be moving. The trees, the foliage, even the way the river flowed, it all seemed so fluid. It was like life wasn't animated enough and someone kicked it up to 10. He placed his hands onto the inky black ground again and again, trying to get his quirk to do something, anything, but he couldn't. A brief flash of light illuminated the reason why. His hands were covered in a thick, viscous ink. Disgusting. He could feel his rash spreading just from looking at it. The ink moved on its own, writhing between each of his fingertips, making him look like an ancient cartoon with giant gloves for hands. He couldn't even touch his own body to heal any damage he'd taken. A shiver ran down his spine. He was being watched. Paranoia spread throughout him as he glanced around the inky jungle that surrounded him. It was nothing but a sea of mist, stylized trees, and ink. Until he saw it. The red eyes of a creature whose body seemed to mirror the night sky in all its glory prowled towards him, its feline body standing out from the surroundings thanks to its nearly infinite depth. Matching its eyes, its claws were a rich, sanguine red that promised violence. It lunged towards him, and Kai barely managed to sprint away, his legs buckling under the thick, inky sludge that wanted to swallow him with each and every step. He couldn't see where he was going, yet it didn't feel like he was going anywhere. The forest moved around him, but the distant features of the clouds and mountain remained the same. The creature's claws dug into his back, and he let out a sharp gasp of pain before stumbling forward. He barely managed to get his feet under him, and he kept sprinting forward, trying to get out of this place before he was eaten by some random creature. It felt like he ran for days. His legs were dying of exhaustion, and his lungs burned from the inky air that this place had. Was the ink on his hands spreading? That wasn't the case. A moment of weakness, his exhaustion reaching its peak, and the cat found him. Its claws tore at his back while its roar sounded like a cackle of glee that it had finally captured its prey. Thunder struck. The cat stopped and backed away. Kai pressed himself up off the ground and looked at where the blinding light had come from. Another bolt of lightning erupted on top of a mountain, and there, standing in the flash of lighting, was that ape he had fought so long ago. The lightning faded as the thunder rolled over him. Another bolt, and there Raijin stood again, closer this time. It happened again and again, growing ever closer, until the lightning and thunder struck right in front of him, Raijin's hulking form towering over him. In this place, the great ape seemed to be more real and more fantastical. Its large, ape-like body bristled with lightning, and its heartbeat sounded like a thunderstorm. "Please," Kai asked. "Let me go." Raijin smiled, one hand going onto Kai's shoulder while the other gripped his opposite arm. With a violent pull, that arm was removed from his body and tossed haphazardly into the inky jungle. Kai barely had the time to scream as he was whipped into the air. Raijin's grip on his remaining arm was firm, and he slammed him into the ground while skipping through the jungle like a kid that had found a good stick. His body slammed down into the ground, into the trees, into the very mountain itself. The pain was unreal. Every single time he found himself on the brink of death, he found his mind being brought back just long enough to experience a whole new level of pain. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself lying in the middle of a field surrounded by flowers. His limbs had long since been torn off. Strangely, he could still feel them. Dazed, he watched the sun rise for the first time since he had been welcomed into this hell. It didn't take him long to realize that there was no sun. Instead, that phoenix he had seen draped around that Amagi punk descended down upon him. Its warm blue flames soothed his body briefly. For a moment, he saw that woman's smile in its flames. The phoenix watched him for a moment, but the embers that made up its eyes did not feel warm in the slightest. "Please," he muttered, reaching for it with a newly healed limb. And its flames cackled in delight before it began to pluck at his stomach, healing him while ripping out his entrails over and over. Eventually he would awake. Alone. In that grove again. Being hunted by that cat. The hot water of his private bath did wonders to his body and mind. What pain had remained from his fight against Overhaul had faded the moment he stepped into the nearly too hot water. Bit by bit, his soreness and fatigue from the day's events had been chipped away as he sat in the peaceful silence of the bath. He hadn't ordered the others to give him space, but he was grateful for it. Slowly, the haze of rage that had swallowed him since his grandmother's death was being lifted, and he almost felt like he could go back to being normal. Normal? Izuku laughed and leaned his back against the wooden rim of the bath, his eyes being drawn towards the phoenix mural that someone had splattered across the ceiling. There was no going back to normal. He was now the leader of the Amagi, the boss of a Yakuza group, and he was barely 18. "Fuck," he muttered, staring at the fake rock that served as a centerpiece of the spacious bath. "What's going to happen when I'm 20? He took a sip of the energy drink Eva had given him after he complained about being tired. It was pretty good, really made his eyes go wide, and it felt like he was going to be amped for another fight. At least physically. But no, he knew exactly what he wanted to do with all this excess energy. He wanted to find Ori, kiss her while stripping her, or maybe strip her while kissing her, and then spend the next 24 hours in bed without getting a wink of sleep. As though nodding in agreement to this, he felt his dick harden. The more he thought about it, the more he was half ready to grab a towel and just stampede towards Ori, throw her over his shoulder, and take her to bed. Honestly, she'd probably be all for that. Yep, that sounded like a great idea. The soft sound of the water being disturbed brought Izuku's attention towards Eva, her body naked save for the towel she was quickly disrobing. Ever since Ori had placed that tattoo on Eva, her steps had been getting quieter and quieter, a huge contrast compared to the stomping she had been doing beforehand. But more than that, her body had changed in the months since they had met. She wasn't skin and bones anymore. She was still slender, but her muscles were hard, defined, and sexy. She stared at him with her bright green eyes and smiled. She sat close to him, her barely a handful breasts setting just above the water. Eva? He was going to say that this was the guy's bath, but they didn't have that here. Should I go? The sound of a foot tapping against the wet, damp floor drew both their attention behind them. Izuku turned just in time to see Ori tossing her towel to the side with all the grace of a pro. The only proper way to describe Ori's curves were explosive. Her wide hips swayed with even the slightest movement in a way that had to be purposeful. Her waist served to contrast those splendid hips that made even the slightest step seem like a dance, and her breasts were something else entirely. Shapely, more than a handful, and pristine. Ori wasn't just the whole package, she was a baker's dozen of dick-meltingly hot. And she was all his. The self-inflicted tattoos on her skin stood out like the paint had yet to set despite being years old. The cherry blossom tree that started on her thigh had extended, now climbing up her sides and reaching her once bare left shoulder, its branches extending towards her breast where the leaves cupped it softly before exploding into a beautiful flower in the center of her chest. The yin and yang symbol she had once worn on her left shoulder were now twin koi chasing each other, one black with a white spot and one white with a black spot. Her once barren left side now showed a massive dragon clawing its way up a waterfall. But there was a more recent addition that Izuku was very keen on, a green heart on her left breast right where her heart was. "You," Ori said in a seductive tone as she sat down in the water beside him, her gloriously naked body pressed up against his. Her large, full breasts floated on the water as they brushed up against his chest, and her long white hair was tied into a ponytail, giving him a clear look at both her eyes. "Aren't going anywhere." "Oh." Izuku leaned back and wrapped his arm around Ori for a moment. Instantly, Eva moved closer, her firm body pressed up against his other. He looked at her for a moment, but she met his gaze and held it. Then he looked at Ori, who had the most innocent smile she could muster on her face. She reached down and softly began to rub his now rock-hard dick just under the surface of the water. He blinked and then tilted his head to the side slightly. Oh, good oh. Eva asked, scooting even closer to him. Very good. Izuku nodded. But just a few questions before this goes where I think it's going to go. If you want to know why, the answer is simple. Ori laughed as she placed her lips against his shoulder. She kissed him softly before she opened her mouth and bit him just hard enough to make his body shudder. You see, I'm in love with you, very, very, very in love with you. She ran her finger across the green heart she had placed on her chest and stood slowly. Her tall and curvy form dominated him until she straddled him, his dick pressed up against her while she placed both arms around his head. And I know you feel the same way. Ori placed a finger on his chin, keeping his eyes locked onto hers. They were both glowing now, a twin hue of blue and red that made his skin tingle. So, when I found out that Eva was also in love with you? She is? Izuku asked, looking towards Eva for a moment before Ori commanded his gaze once more. Of course she is. You saved her, gave her a life where she's happy, and gave her a family. Ori laughed and grabbed onto Eva's hand, guiding the girl to stand next to her in the bath. So, when I found out that she was in love with you, I wasn't afraid. Instead, I was excited. Ori laughed and pushed Eva's backside towards Izuku. She moved quickly, her hands moving to where Ori's had been just a moment ago and held his gaze. She licked her lips and waited for a moment, then when he nodded, she moved in and kissed him. It was simply impossible not to compare Eva's kiss to Ori's. They were both good, they both made him want more, but where Ori's were hungry, insatiable, and knowledgeable, Eva's were cute, inexperienced, and pure. Eva placed her hand against his chest, pushing away slightly and touching her lips softly. How was it? Ori asked, her hips grinding against his while she kept her eyes locked on Eva. Did you like it? Eva paused for a moment, her bright green eyes shining in the dull light of the bath. She nodded with a great big smile on her face. Do you want more? Ori asked, her hand now firmly wrapped around Izuku's dick. She stroked it softly before she maneuvered both it and herself into the correct position. They had done it in the bath before, and even though it was often less magical than in the bed, they had never really cared at the time of doing it. Largely because they were horny teenagers, and he was pretty sure Ori would fuck him in an alleyway if the idea struck her. Yes. Eva nodded, both hands on her lap as she watched Ori intently. What do I do? Watch? Ori smiled as she placed his tip against her entrance, and learn. Izuku grabbed Ori's hips, his hand sliding towards her ass to grab a handful. So, does this mean I get 2 girlfriends? Ori let out a mirthful laugh that could make even the most jaded of people blush. No, I'm the only girlfriend you're ever going to get. She ran a sharp nail along his chest, drawing a heart. There was more than a bit of yandere in her voice that made the crazy in her eyes really pop. But, her face twisted into a smile as she slid down, her hips moving slowly as she took him all the way to the base. Fuck, she muttered and placed a hand on his chest. I always forget how good you feel, she muttered and leaned forward, arms extending around his neck. But, you can have a few extra lovers? She bit her lip, hips moving slowly. She maintained intense eye contact even while grabbing Eva's arm, guiding her closer. Besides, what kind of a Yakuza leader would you be without a few mistresses? Mistresses? He stressed, moving his own hips in the water. A single hand went up towards Ori's large breast where he started rolling her nipple with his thumb, making her moan as it hardened. Hey! Eva grabbed his other hand and brought his hand up towards her face. Don't get greedy. Right? He let out a slight chuckle as Eva's impressive strength made itself known. Good. She scooted closer while pushing his hand down too. Please make me feel good. She looked at Ori and blushed. Like that? After making certain that both girls got their turns in the bath, they returned to their bedroom, where they went for several more rounds until Izuku passed out on top of a fully satisfied Eva and Ori. A grave. Nothing felt quite so final as seeing his grandmother's name etched into the stone slab alongside all of his other family members. It was a simple engraving next to her mother's and father's, really. He didn't know who most of the people whose names were engraved here. Made sense since most of them were dead well before he was born. Izuku knelt down and traced his finger along the near-flawless etching and smiled despite the tears escaping his eyes. Shame it wasn't raining, he'd have an excuse then. He placed down her favorite flower on top of the grave ever so gently. I'm going to miss you, Grandma, we are all. He smiled at her name one last time and looked towards the other etchings again. One stood out to him, the second most recent after his grandmother. Tuya Todoroki, there was a small indication that signaled he was still a child when he died. Tragedy. Izuku stood to his full height and glanced up to the warm summer sky and contemplated life for a moment. There was a lot to do now. And he felt aimless. Aimless in a way his grandmother never seemed to be. She had an answer and a snarky comment for everything, including her own shitty advice. Oh. Izuku glanced down the path to see a beautiful woman with white and red hair holding two tightly wrapped flowers in her arms. They were just like all the other flowers placed on the various graves he had passed on his way to his grandmother's. The white of her hair was a near-perfect match for Ori, while the red was nearly identical to Eva's. She was dressed in a simple summer dress. The woman blushed for a moment before she gathered herself. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to run into anyone else here. Yeah, Izuku smiled up at the sky and stretched his arms out. It's a bit too nice of a day for mourning, huh? I suppose it is. She had a great smile that somehow made her glasses look all the cuter. She scrambled forward and glanced at the family grave. I had heard that someone new had been added to the grave. I never met them, but I figured I should pay my respects, just in case no one else did. Thank you, Izuku nodded at her, though I'm sure she'd be telling us both not to bother. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. She was my grandmother. Fuyumi Todoroki. She turned to look at him, and her eyes went to his neck where his tattooed flesh was on display. She gave a slight gasp and her eyes went wide. She nearly took a step back but held firm. It's nice to meet you, Izuku, though I wish we met under happier circumstances. Izuku could only shrug. What was she like? He was about to excuse himself, mostly because of her reactions to his tattoos. But this was good also. Well, she was more full of life than anybody I ever met, despite how often she complained about being old. Smart too, easily the most brilliant person I've ever met. And I really wish I met her sooner. I only knew her for a few months, but she changed my life in so many amazing ways. Izuku took in a deep breath and frowned. He should have taken Kai's life for what he did. But he guessed leaving him in the state he was in was good enough. Besides, he wasn't much of a danger without his hands. And there were fates worse than death. She sounds amazing. Fuyumi kneeled down and placed both sets of flowers down. She traced the second name, Tuya's, and smiled softly. This was my older brother. He had a kind heart and wanted to be a hero. It would have been nice to meet him. Izuku nodded. Really, he wanted to meet more of his family as well. Sorry for asking, but who was your father? Oh. Fuyumi gave a light frown and bit her lip. She shook her head and nodded. Enji Todoroki. Oh, you're Endeavor's daughter. She nodded. She was his aunt, I think, so I guess that makes us just cousins, huh? Izuku laughed and scratched the back of his head. I suppose so. Fuyumi gave a light chuckle, though when I asked him about it he seemed more agitated than usual. I think that might be because he got blamed for a lot of things she did. She looked up at him confused. Huh. Do you remember Stain? The hero killer my dad took out? Well, kind of. She raised an eyebrow. It was actually my grandma that took him out. He squatted down next to Fuyumi and touched his grandmother's name again. He probably shouldn't mention that it was because of revenge and the fact that Hanabi was a Yakuza matriarch. She had a fire quirk like your dad and ended up using it after we got attacked. Fuyumi let out a light chuckle. That's why he was so annoyed after that. He hates getting credit for things he didn't do. When he discovered his grandmother, his life had changed drastically. What would happen with this new connection to a family that he knew nothing about? Do you have any other family? I remember seeing your little brother at the sports festival. Shoto, right? That's right, he's trying to be a hero. My dad won't stop talking about it though. She sighed and tapped Tuya's name again. But, yes, there's my other brother Natsuo. He's in college working on his medical degree. And you? I'm a primary school teacher. I just really like to work with kids. She gave a genuine smile and nodded. I love it. A future hero, a future doctor, and a teacher. Your side of the family sure does make me look bad. Izuku laughed and rested his hands on his knees. What was he going to say if she asked him about his job? He was basically a college dropout at this point, and Yakuza crime lord wasn't exactly something he wanted made public. Well, more public than it already was. And you? Fuyumi asked, pushing a strand of her white hair behind her ear. God, she was cute. It was a shame they were related, and that he already had a girlfriend and a mistress. But mostly the family part. Well, it's a bit hard to explain. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. I'm in the entertainment business. Technically true. Viewership went up whenever he went to the fight pit. Mostly because Ryujin brought in the views like no one else. Well, Eva was a close second, but that was because seeing a 5'0" girl hurl around men that had at least a foot on her was comical gold. Really? So you're an actor? No, more of a streamer. Oh, I see. Natasu tried to do that when he was in high school. I think he peaked at 3 views. Fuyumi let out a chuckle. I was one of them. Ouch, that had to hurt his ego. Fuyumi nodded. He started to take studying seriously after that though, so it wasn't all bad. She reached down towards the flowers and tugged at the stem of the one he had put there. What kind of flower is this? Well, it was one of her favorites. I actually took it from her garden earlier. What's its name? I'd love to bring her some. That's not a good idea. Why? Izuku chuckled and stood to his full height. Well, it's a bit on the poisonous side. Fuyumi gasped and dropped the step like it would burn her alive. And it's very illegal? Really? She shrieked and looked down at the flower, her mouth falling open. But why? Izuku just shrugged. It was her hobby. But She stared at him for a second and then sighed. Right? Sorry, I shouldn't judge. Still, it was a pleasure meeting you, Izuku. Likewise, it's been nice meeting family. He smiled at her and reached for his phone. Why don't we meet up some other time? I'd love to meet Shoto and Natsuo. XXXX. It's all falling apart. Sho gave a depressed sigh as he swiped through his tablet, his eyes scanning every single detail. Most of the other families don't recognize you as the head yet, and without their elders and other leaders, they're close to infighting. Not only that, but many of the dockworkers are saying that they're seeing more Chinese at the docks. So? Tanaka asked and crossed his massive red arms. His resting bitch face made it look like he was a statue meant to ward off small children. He turned towards Izuku and flexed, slapping one bicep and nodding. Just point me at him and I'll set them right. From Izuku's right, Eva nodded and mirrored Tanaka's movements. Once the adrenaline rush of becoming the Amagi leader had worn off and his desire for revenge had been sated, the truth about being a leader had made itself known, in that it was a giant headache. He rubbed his temple and looked at his small council, which consisted of Sho, Wacken, and Tanaka. Ida was included as well, but he was needed at the arena to make sure that it was running smoothly. He still hadn't even talked to whoever was in charge of the casino or the rest of the red light district. The network his grandmother had built had crumbled along with her and the rest of the elders. My grandmother didn't run the Amagi out of fear, and neither will I. Izuku placed his palm on the ground and pictured a map of the area. Ever since he had nearly killed Hitoshi, the Tokyo clan hadn't so much as crossed the river that was the commonly accepted barrier between the two territories. Which was good, it meant he had one less thing to worry about. Wacken gave a silent nod that told Izuku he was thinking about this the right way. Right now, Ori purred from his left, her hand gliding along his bare arm. Her smile was filled with her usual brand of up to no good. We should focus on consolidating power. What we did to the Shei Hasakai showed the police and heroes that we're not to be messed with, but that wasn't made public. The other families that belong to the Amagi are likewise unaware, and the Chinese certainly aren't either. He had offered Ori a place on his council, but she had refused, claiming that her spot was at his side. Or on top of him. Or under him. Or inking him. Which basically just meant that she wanted the power but not the responsibility. Ori's right, Wacken nodded. For once. Right now the best thing for you to do is to make yourself known to the rest of Amagi, reach out to the branches, and get them to swear loyalty to you. Wacken scratched his thick mane-like beard and growled. Though, I must admit I'm unfamiliar with this new generation. All your youthful faces look the same to me. Izuku nodded and looked to Sho again. The short orange-haired man gave a nod of acknowledgement. Do you know where all the branches are? Most, he admitted with a quick nod. There's of course, us here at the main branch. We run the fighting pit and kind of act as the control room for the rest of the branches. Then there's the casino. I know that Sarutobi was the head of that place for several decades and that Hanabi also helped. I imagine his grandson might be wanting to take over. Okay, we'll talk to him. And next? There's the dock workers. They're in charge of our overseas imports and exports. From what I recall, it had already been taken over by Asami. I doubt she'll be too much of a problem if we help her with her Chinese problem. Tanaka punched his own palm and Eva mimicked him with a wide grin on her face. Izuku scratched the back of his head and groaned. Are we sure they're an actual problem? I mean, just because they're Chinese doesn't mean they're part of the triads, right? I can find out. Sho gave a curt nod. Shouldn't be too hard. The triads tend to be more obvious than Tanaka. Tanaka just shrugged, fully aware that he oozed Yakuza from hell. There's also a few various families that act as muscle and protection for us. They shouldn't be a problem. Sho tapped his tablet and bit his lip. There's also our tech department. Like, support items? Izuku asked. No, like cyber attacks, data gathering, computer stuff. Sho corrected. They're a bit, though. Aren't we all? Izuku hummed. He really didn't know that the Amagi had people like that. I honestly thought you handled all the tech stuff, Sho. Sho simply shrugged. Alright, well, can you make a list for me? With their addresses? I'd like to get started tomorrow. It was already too late for things like that. Well, then again, they were Yakuza. Nighttime deals were the norm. Izuku furrowed his brow as he thought about something. Can you add the Hatsum junkyard to the list as well? Otto? Sure, but why? Izuku scratched the back of his head and sighed. I mean, it's just, their junkyard is in our territory and they're Sir, a disgruntled Amagi member came crashing into the room. His suit was completely disheveled and he had a panicked look on his face. You need to see this. Izuku stood the coat that had been resting on his shoulders sliding to the side as he looked at the grunt. What is it? The news, he shouted again and pointed towards the TV. Turn on the news. They didn't have to change the channel. Every single channel was broadcasting the same exact thing. A massive fight between All Might and an unknown villain. Intuition told him exactly how the villain was. All for one. As the fight raged on, Izuku turned to Sho and nodded. That's why. Izuku, Inko felt her lip quiver as she pressed the phone closer to her ear, both to make sure that she could hear her son's calm breathing and to keep her hand from shaking any more than it had been. Please, I'm begging you, come home. She had thought that this was all a phase, that he was just lashing out against her for sheltering him for so long, that he'd just get some tattoos and scratch whatever itch his quirk was giving him, and then, eventually someday, he'd leave that Yakuza life behind. She didn't want him to end up like his father. She couldn't stand that. When Hanabi died, she had thought that he would be home any day now. He'd still be able to live a good life. He was already accepted into Tokyo U. Even if he hadn't signed up for new classes, it was more than normal for someone to take a semester off for mourning. The university would understand, surely. So why wasn't he saying anything? Why was he still there? Was it because of Ori? Ori could live a normal life too. I know she meant a lot to you. Inko could feel the tears in her eyes as she slid against the wall, grateful that she was the only one home at the moment. She hated the look Mitsuki gave her whenever she cried. She felt like a burden. A pitiful burden. But with all that's happening in the world right now, it's not safe. Silence. You saw the news, didn't you? Sure, All Might won, but everyone's been talking about his retirement, and there are so many more villains out there right now. Please, Izuku, it's not safe for you there. The heroes are going to be on edge, and they already took out that one Yakuza group. You could be next. So please, come home. She heard him inhale, but no reply came. I'm just worried about you, Izuku, don't you see? They're not worth it. They're not your family, they're just using you. Please. Inko. His voice was cold. And her heart broke hearing him say her first name in that cold name. She wasn't mom anymore. She probably hadn't been in a while. Izuku took in a deep breath before he spoke again. I'm the one that took out the Shei Hasakai's boss. He killed my grandmother. I'm the leader of the Amagi now. She was silent. The phone felt so heavy and her entire body was shaking. Goodbye. He hung up and Inko let her phone fall to the ground as she collapsed against the wall. Why was she like this? Why did she keep trying to control him? She knew how he would act. He was too independent now. I just want you to be safe. XXXX. Izuku pinched his nose and placed his phone down onto the empty cap in the seat between him and Eva. Part of him had hoped that his mother would have respected his grandmother, but instead, it felt like she was using Hanabi's death to try and manipulate him. Inko just didn't understand that even if he wanted to leave, which he didn't, that it was too late anyway. The police already knew him as the new leader of the Amagi. But she was right about one thing. Things had changed drastically. After All Might's fight with All for One, it felt like the world had stopped, and took a breath. Those 2 days had been taken from everyone's life like some kind of tax that came without warning. Then, as though to make up for those 2 lost days, the world went crazy. Rumors about All Might's imminent retirement circled the globe twice over, and the very implications of what on earth that could mean. Villain groups had sprung up practically overnight, and his already loose grasp over the Amagi territory was quickly diminishing. They were spurred on by not only All Might's state but by the fact that the villains had likewise attacked the UA training camp. In many ways, All Might had won the battle, but the war was just getting started. And they needed to prepare. Are you okay? Eva asked, her green eyes locked onto his face-down phone. As always, his petite brick-hit house of a concubine was dressed to kill. A bright red tie that was second only to her hair stood out against her stark white button-up shirt that was expertly tucked in. A pair of leather gloves rested in her front pocket, serving as a warning that she was more than capable of throwing hands. Her black slacks were held up by a pair of black suspenders that gave her an air of, fuck around, find out. Izuku smiled and glanced out the window of the car. Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking about stuff. What stuff? He turned and saw her staring at him with wide eyes on her normally stoic face. Family, he gestured towards her and Sho, their driver, and then just around them. How we're going to survive, what's going to happen, and what we need to do going forward. Eva placed her hands on her knees and drummed her fingers softly. I don't know much about that stuff. But I know something happened and that it was important and bad, but I'm not worried. She gave him a cocky grin that made him fear for his enemies. Know why? No, Izuku laughed and rested his head against his hand. I don't. Because Amagi. Eva punched her own hand. The shockwave was enough that it caused the car to tilt slightly. Are strong. I admire your confidence, Eva, and your Japanese is coming along well. Eva beamed with pride. But how's your math? Crushing despair. Eva stared at her hands for a moment, moving her fingers up and down one after another as though she was counting before she threw her hands up and gave a small huff. Math sucks. You'll get the hang of it. Between him, Sho, and Wacken, Eva's education was making progress, but it didn't feel like they were doing her justice. Come to think of it, didn't he meet a cousin a few days ago that was a teacher? Maybe Fuyumi knew a good tutor? A tutor that was willing to work at a Yakuza headquarters and teach an illegal immigrant that had little to no schooling. The car slowed to a meandering pass as the traffic turned from trucks and other cars to larger trucks and forklifts moving cargo from cargo ship to warehouse and everywhere in between. Many of the dockworkers gave them dirty glances as they drove past, though they could just have a permanent scowl on their faces. Slowly, Sho pulled the car up to a small 2-story building with no first floor that had a staircase along the outside that led to the only door. The building was squat and industrial, with its only purpose being practicality. Workers gathered around a billboard on the ground level, many of them disgruntled or otherwise unhappy. We're here, Sho said as he looked back towards Izuku. His orange hair shined in the early 10 a.m. was officially early for him, which was why Ori wasn't here, morning light. They all exited the car as one and looked around the busy docks. There was only one cargo ship currently at the port, but it looked like another was heading their way. A few of the dockworkers nodded towards Sho, and then looked at Izuku with a scrutinizing gaze. These were Amagi members that didn't know who he was. They might likely not even have been aware of who the head was beyond the fact that there was a new one. Raijin pounded on his skin, wanting to show these workers just what he was capable of and earning their respect that way. Izuku almost agreed with him, however. He didn't want to go to war just to reunite his clan. He moved towards the staircase but stopped, his eyes flowing all the way across the harbor where a group stood out from the rest. They were working out one of the warehouses, loading up an unmarked truck in a hurry before. What made them stand out was the fact that they were all dressed too similar to one another. Yes, almost all the dockworkers had the same vest and hard hat, but these ones had the same shirt and pants as well. It could just be his inexperience. It could just be his experience. But something told him that these guys were the triad that had apparently been causing trouble for the dockworkers. The clear divide between the two groups only helped to enforce that. He could figure them out later. For now, he needed to meet with the foreman. Asami Miya. Sho gave a light knock before opening the office door and guiding them in. The walls were covered with calendars, shipping lanes, maps, and a single poster of a tropical island that nearly went from floor to ceiling. A dartboard hung lopsided against one side of the wall with a few sharp knives sticking out of it. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all stained from what might very well have been the equivalent of a pack of smokes a day since the building was first erected. A large table with several cheap folded chairs and a couple of coolers serving as the only seating. Beyond that was a large desk where two computers sat, one that looked like it could be older than Quirk's and a newer one. Behind that desk she stood. With tan skin and white hair, Asami Miya cut a striking image with the light trail of smoke coming out from her lit cigarette. She was dressed sharp and deadly, equal parts police sergeant with her leather gloves and half vest that ended right under her breasts, and sales shark. The most shocking thing about her, though, was her eyes that were completely black from eyelash to eyelash with only a thin, almost glowing ring of green to serve as a purple. Well? Asami asked as she put her cigarette out in an aggressive manner. What the fuck? Gak. Eva grunted as she entered the room, rolling her shoulders as her face twisted in pain. You okay? Izuku asked, looking between Eva and Asami. He did feel something too when he entered the room, but it had been minor, like putting on a good pair of shoes or something like that. But for Eva, it looked almost painful. He glanced towards Asami. Are you doing this? Shit. Asami pinched the bridge of her nose and then sighed. Right, those bastards out there probably didn't tell you not to slouch near me. Sorry, but if I look at you, you're going to correct your posture. It's my quirk. You should be a teacher then, you wouldn't have to. Fuck that kid suck. Asami slapped her hand on the desk and glared at them. But we're not here for small talk. You're here because, why exactly? Right? Izuku coughed into his hand and stepped forward, going past Sho and staring down at Asami, who was perhaps an inch or two taller than Eva. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm some young brat that thinks they're the new boss? Asami glared up at him, hands on her hips, one eyebrow raised like a whip ready to lash out at a moment's notice. Yeah, pretty much. Izuku shrugged and returned her raised eyebrow. Look, these docks are important to the Amagi, and your grandfather was a drunkard that could barely run this place until I showed up. Asami ran a hand through her crisp white hair and continued her glare. Really, I think this whole Yakuza thing is dried up. I don't see what's in it for me or my workers to be doing business with you. We have a triad problem. Izuku gestured in the vague direction of the dockworkers he saw earlier, hoping his guess was right. It was by the look on Asami's face. Look, I'm not here for a fight, not with you. Your grandfather and my grandmother once worked together to make the Amagi strong. So, the sins of the father and all that crap. I just don't see how being in your little club helps me. Asami huffed and walked around her desk, clicking on both keyboards for a moment and looking over some documents. This is already a black port. Even without you guys, the drugs and contraband will still come to the port. I'm sure they would, right up until the police seize it in a raid. Izuku placed his own hands on the desk and looked at some of the documents in plain view. Most of them were shipping manifestos, probably altered in some way to make sense after certain items were removed. You don't seem to understand. The police turn a blind eye to the Amagi. You stop being part of the Amagi. I'll take my chances. Bribes wouldn't be too hard. Izuku narrowed his eyes and stood tall. Do you have any idea how much I want to throw you through a wall right now? I admire your restraint, Asami scuffed, but I'm not going to be intimidated. They both stared at each other for a solid minute, the clock ticking away. What did this woman want? She seemed like she knew this was a good idea, but she wanted something. She wanted something more. Something more than running a dock for the Yakuza. What if you get a promotion? Asami raised an eyebrow at him, her lips turning into a smile for the first time. And what exactly would that be? I don't have someone in marketing, yes, technically Sho handles a lot of that stuff, but he handles basically everything I don't have a guy for. No one in my council has any business sense. Not like my grandma and the elders did. So that'd be your promotion? Her smile grew and the green halo in her eyes glowed just a bit brighter. So, you're saying I get to be in charge of the Amaji's business side? For the most part, Izuku smiled and leaned back, his posture correcting itself under Asami's gaze. But the casino and red light districts will still be overseen by their own families. Assuming they joined. Asami shrugged. What makes you think you can trust me? Don't know, you seem like the kind of person that likes a challenge. Izuku pointed towards Eva with his thumb. That and if you betray me, she can bench a car. Eva nodded vigorously. He was starting to think that she enjoyed being used as a threat. Asami nodded to herself, her head bobbing back and forth as though she was weighing her options. So, just so there's no fine print in all this, you're offering me a seat on your little council, you're going to let me be in charge of more than just these docks, and you'll take care of my little triad problem? Yep. What's in it for you? Izuku gestured towards the map. I get to make sure that this area is under Amaji control, the Amaji workers under you swear loyalty to me, and we start working towards the future. Asami gave a huff and smirked before extending her hand. Sounds like we got a deal, boss. Izuku took her hand and nodded. Great to have you on board. Now, why don't we talk business? With pleasure, Asami clapped her hands and sat down in her chair. Oh, but the triad? Fardock, dressed in white and black? Yep. Sho, Eva? On it, Sho gave a mock salute. What? Eva asked, looking confused. Use smaller word. Are we sure this is a good idea? Lien asked as he looked around the open warehouse they had confiscated from whatever the Yakuza in this area were called. It hadn't started out empty, but all the product that had been in here had already been redistributed or was on its way to where it needed to go. Soon enough the cash would start flowing through them. Most of their group was sitting around an empty container, using whatever they could find as chairs and playing a game of cards while they waited for something to do. Their boss Tang, a massive bald-headed man that was as smart as he was strong, which was very, sat in the center dealing out cards with a casual flick of his wrists. Bolin gave a short grunt and looked towards Lien, a frown on his face. Everyone in this group had a reason for being here, and Bolin's was perhaps the most important. His thick arms that were bundled like an accordion all the way up to his shoulders not only gave him excellent reach, when brought into a circle, they connected to his brother Buchin, forming a gate that allowed up to 20 people per day to travel through. It was how most of them had arrived, and how most of the goods were being transported. What are you talking about? Bolin asked, scratching his nose and glancing towards the closed warehouse doors. This is the smartest thing we've done. I just mean, there's a reason why we haven't tried this before, right? Lien asked, scratching the back of his neck. There was no way Tang would even listen to him, but Tang listened to Bolin, and Bolin was also their ticket home. Japan has a lot of shit going on right now. Bolin pulled out a cigarette and held it in front of Lien's face. With a sigh, Lien lit the cigarette with a spark of electricity. As far as electricity went, his quirk was pretty weak, but he had pretty good control over it. There wasn't a car he couldn't hijack or an ATM he couldn't get cash out of. He could even make people feel numb for hours on end with a touch. Think about it. Bolin took a long drag of his cigarette. The Shei Hasakai just got busted, the Tokyo clan is a fucking mess, and the Amaji are on their way out. None of these shitty Yakuza have any teeth. Us Triad are 100,000 strong. Lien bit his lip and nodded. He understood why they were acting now, but it just felt like this was a bad idea. And then there's that shit with All Might. Bolin let out a laugh, throwing his head back. All the villains are acting up, and the police are going to have their hands full, and there's so much money to be had with villains and civs wanting to arm themselves with weapons, or maybe just wanting to take the edge off. Tang let out a shallow laugh that rumbled through the building. Bolin is right, and soon, this whole port will belong to the... A loud clang rang through the building, followed by a second, far more explosive sound as the twisted metallic side door was violently shoved in. Half their group was stunned, The other half were already drawing their weapons, and Lien was somewhere in between as he turned to face the person entering their building. A girl. A short redhead that looked like she'd barely come up to Tang's belly button. She wore professional-looking clothes, with slacks that seemed like they should restrict her movement. Likewise, her well-fitted button-up shirt and vest played at odds with her petite frame. She walked in casually, adjusting some black leather gloves on her hands. This girl was trouble. Tang rose from his seat and tossed the table to the side as he walked towards the girl. If it wasn't for the metal door that was currently folded in half on the opposite side of the building, Lien might have pitied the small girl. But, instead, he was more concerned about what this girl meant. They weren't welcomed here. And someone had called the cleaners. "Oi, little girl," Tang spoke in Japanese, his rough tone betraying the polite accent he adopted when speaking the language. "You going to fix that?" The girl looked towards the door she had broken, then up towards Tang. The difference in size between the two was comical as Lien wondered what weighed more, this girl or Tang's forearm. She tilted her head and spoke calmly. "No. Then, I guess you'll have to repay us in a different." Of all the mistakes Tang made in his life, perhaps the one that he was most surprised for was placing his hand on the girl's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, Tang had been lifted into the air by his fingers, twisted, and then slammed down behind the girl, as she demonstrated a level of strength that was downright monstrous. "Why you?" Tang shouted, rising from the ground like a storm of muscle. His bald head was nearly entirely red. "I'll kill you." The girl leapt up and slugged Tang in his gut, sending him reeling back and into the dockyard door, bending it beyond use. What struck Lien as odd was how she made no sound as she landed, and even her kick was silent. The girl turned towards the rest of them and adjusted her gloves again. "Leave now or eat shit?" Naturally, being the criminals that they were, the rest of the group all shouted and charged at the girl. It was like something out of a kung fu movie where the protagonist effortlessly evaded every single attack while dealing crushing blow after crushing blow. What few hits were landed on the girl appeared to have nearly no effect on her. It was like she was simply made of different stuff. He could stop her. All humans had a nervous system, so he could probably stop her with a tap. Before Lien could take a step forward, he felt a sensation on the back of his neck that was less pain and more pressure before the world went black, and he saw a short orange-haired man walk past him. Part of him was grateful. He was pretty sure that girl would have broken him. Kasumi could talk. A lot. It felt like their negotiations went on for a week despite the fact that they only talked a couple of hours. Still, he was overall happy with their arrangement, in part because she was currently operating a successful business that could handle being underground as well, but also because right now, the Amagi didn't have a business leader. He was starting to understand why Grandma had more or less forced him to take those business management classes. Izuku walked alongside Kasumi as they headed towards the Triad-occupied warehouse, or should he say, formerly occupied, as it looked like Sho and Eva were currently in the process of cleaning up. "Your guys sure do work fast." Kasumi whistled. Her pitch-black eyes looked strange from the side, almost like that green ring that served as her iris was simply floating a millimeter just above her eyes. "Quirks were weird. I was half expecting there to be a mess to fix." She paused and examined the dented garage door. "Well, more than just collateral at any rate." Kasumi kicked her foot as they walked, nearly skipping before she looked up towards Izuku. "I thought the only real fighter in the Amagi was Tanaka, and he's hard to miss." "You don't watch the fight pits, do you?" Izuku laughed and rolled his shoulders. "Nah, too busy," she gestured at the port. "This place never sleeps, and neither do I." Izuku nodded and smiled. "Well, we have a few strong fighters now, Eva's one of them, and I'm another." "Ooh?" Izuku just shrugged. "If you want to know, watch some of my fights in the pit." "Huh, well, all right then." She smirked and raised an eyebrow at him. "Boss." He'd ignore the hint of sarcasm in that event, largely because calling her out wouldn't do much. He'd just have to do what he wanted to do from the start. Earn her respect and loyalty. Talking had helped, but it hadn't just made her magically loyal to him. She'd probably need to see profits and have trust built up over years. "Eva," Izuku half-shouted as they stepped in front of the pile of groaning men, many of them with bruises and a few limbs that were probably not supposed to be bent that way. "How'd it go?" Eva gave him a smile and a thumbs up. Ass kick. Sho walked out from the building dragging another man by his collar. We found out that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. The situation being everything that had happened in the past couple of weeks. They were planning on using a quirk to bring more over later, Sho continued, but we stopped them. Their goal was to move in and replace the Yakuza. Izuku let out a sigh and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I figured that was the case. They probably heard about the Shei Hasakai, and then with that all-might fight, they figured now was the time. Sho nodded. While the immediate problem was taken care of, the long-term problem was still there. So, what should we do with these guys? He asked, looking the group over once more. They numbered about 11 in total, and while most of them had the same shaved head, they all varied in build, including the large man that looked like he had gotten his ass kicked twice by Eva. He smiled and walked over to the man and patted him on his shoulder. Nice tats. The man winced slightly despite being much taller than Izuku. Killing them would send a message, Sho said in a completely neutral voice, but it would be the wrong one, and the triad might come over in full force for vengeance. Letting them get arrested probably isn't a good idea right now either. Right? The police were currently struggling to find room for villains. Essie had even called him to try not to start anything because she was so fucking busy. It wasn't like he had any plans of starting shit, it just kind of happened. Besides, he was a criminal and just sending them back shows that we're weak, even if these guys are fully aware they got their ass kicked by a little girl. Show little too, Eva countered. Izuku tapped his foot and glanced at all the men. So far he had avoided having a body count, though the state he left Kai in could hardly be considered living, and killing these random mooks just didn't seem all that appealing. Besides, Sho was right. Killing these guys would just open the Amagi up for a triad revenge attack, and that was not something Izuku wanted. A full-out war was well outside his capabilities right now. What punishment do they normally receive for failure? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. They have those, right? I think so. Sho glanced at the group and huffed. Should I call Ori? She could brand them? I know her cut caused Stain a lot of pain. I think they normally lose a finger though. Nah, Izuku waved the idea off. Ori's more about creating art than she is torturing people with tattoos. Besides, I think I have a better brand. He held out his arm to the side and felt one of his tattoos crawl along his arm before Hisashi dripped from his fingers in the form of a ball of lava that splattered onto the dockside, bits of his molten flesh flying into the sea and causing it to steam and boil. The six-legged lava salamander slapped its massive tail against the ground with enough force to make the ground shake slightly. With a tongue of magma, Hisashi looked towards Izuku, then towards the triad. Was it cruel? Would it send a message? Absolutely. He in here? Tanaka looked up at the tall building that choked the alleyway of its light, then back down towards the maintenance door leading down. It looked exactly like every other back alley door in Tokyo, slightly rusted, dark colors, and like it'd feel slimy to the touch. It also looked reasonably heavy. He glanced back towards Tiff, one of Lami's more reliable girls that had come from America. She was tall, blonde and slender, with a face pretty enough that it shined even with her black eye. Tiff gave a short nod, currently holding onto her jacket as she stood at the entranceway of the alley, the busy street of the red light district just behind her. Yeah, they moved in a bit ago and started saying they were in charge. It wasn't anything new, he supposed. People moving in and saying that they were the boss now was probably something that happened whenever there was a power vacuum. With all that had happened, it didn't come as any surprise that someone was trying to move in on their territory. Still, just because it made sense didn't mean he had to be happy about it. Especially with what these bastards had already done. I'll take care of it. He didn't even look back towards Tiff as he walked down the few steps to the door. Izuku was busy dealing with the important stuff like making sure all the important people were with him. Sho was also busy with that, as was Ida, and Wacken was doing Wacken things. Which left Tanaka with cleanup duty. That was fine. He was good at getting his hands dirty. Like Ori always said, he had the face of a janitor. Well, she didn't always say that. She did once when she was annoyed at him. He placed his hand on the door and took in a deep breath before he opened it. The more he thought about these guys, the angrier he was getting. And why shouldn't he? They moved in and declared themselves the new boss. To get the point across, they roughed up some of Lami's girls, and then, as if that wasn't bad enough, took 2 of them. Lami was furious. And so was he. He placed his hand on the brick-and-mortar door frame and pulled back, the door groaning and creaking as he pulled it from the hinges and ripped the lock completely out before placing it down on the ground gently. He had to duck to enter the narrow passage that ran beneath the building. The cement down here was dark and dyed with a permanent moisture that seemed to be at home in every basement. There might even be some rats. Tanaka smiled as he walked down. No, there were definitely some rats. He followed the trail of bottles, passing by lifeless rooms that were filled with things that made the building work before he got to the end and saw a bit of light creeping out from one of the doors. That door slid open without the slightest resistance. The room was furnished with a rough carpet over the cement floor, a couple of crappy sofas that were pulled from a dump, a small coffee table, and beer bottles. There were 5 people in the room, 4 men, 1 woman. One of the guys had his nose to the table as he breathed in some white powder, another 2 were off to the side playing cards and smoking a sloppily rolled joint, and another had his arm around the woman. The woman was one of Lami's, Yuki, a pretty girl with frosty light blue hair and pretty blue eyes. Her face was covered in tears, and there was even a few cuts on her arms that were freshly scabbed over. Tanaka let the anger wash over him. But he didn't want Yuki to get hurt. "You're the one in charge?" he asked, and the entire room looked at him in shock like he was somehow hard to miss. "Oh shit," the druggie flailed back, kicking the table over in a panic as he pulled out a gun. "It's Tanaka's." The other 2 also stood, though they were armed with knives. "Relax," the one with this arm around Yuki said in a calm tone. "He's not here to fight." "What?" The druggie stumbled over that word. "Just look at his face, he's pissed." "Dude, seriously?" The leader leaned back and looked at the druggie, a cigarette casually held between his 2 fingers. "This is Tanaka, his quirk might as well be meanest resting bitch face in the world." The leader smiled at him and nodded. "He can't help it if he always looks pissed off. So put that shit down." "But..." The leader snapped his finger and glared at the druggie. After a moment, the gun was put away. That was good. He might be able to beat a gun in a fist fight, but that didn't mean bullets didn't hurt like hell. Besides, he'd rather not ruin his shirt. It was a gift from Lami. Oh, and his shoes were from Izuku. Wait, why was he wearing those shoes here? Izuku would probably approve of the shoes being used to kick dumbass ass. Besides, the leader stood and poured a cup of sake, getting more out of the cup than in. Without the Amagi, Tanaka here's got no boss, so he's probably here looking for work. The leader stumbled away from Yuki, who took the chance to dive into another room. "But I don't want another goon," the leader slurred, smiling up at Tanaka. "Rather, I'd prefer to think of you as a partner. What do you say to that, T?" Aside from his own fists and Izuku's tattoo stuff, Tanaka had a personal favorite weapon that he was able to use today, his enemy. With a quick shove, Tanaka sent the leader flying into the other 2 before stampeding towards the druggie, and took him out with a simple headbutt that had his horns ringing. For the record, Tanaka roared as he pulled his fist back. "This is my angry face. XXXX. I have a feeling that even if the world was ending, people would still be coming here." Sho laughed as they stepped out of the car. Even down in the parking garage, there was still heavy traffic as people came and went. If it wasn't for the employee section, they'd never have found any parking. "I guess people just love gambling and sex?" Eva nodded as she stretched after the long car ride to the casino. Izuku just shrugged despite his cheeks feeling a tad warmer than normal. He glanced at the back door entrance to the casino for a moment. He still hadn't actually been inside. The last time he had even come to this area, he'd gotten distracted because Eva had gotten kidnapped by those Nomu. He frowned and closed his eyes for a moment. That was another loose end he needed to tie up. It wasn't just the villains that were the problem, but it felt like he had a pile of enemies he had to deal with sooner rather than later. He still had to figure out where he stood with the triad. The branding would make it clear that the Amagi were still here and strong, but that didn't guarantee that they wouldn't try something later. "Something tells me," he muttered, looking towards Sho, "that this one is going to take longer than the last." "Probably. I've only met Saramaru a few times, but he's always come across as..." Sho tilted his head from side to side and sighed. "Hot-headed, I guess." Izuku sighed. Great. Well, I guess they wouldn't be in charge if they didn't have a personality. Still, is there anyone that isn't going to be problematic? Our hackers should be pretty easy. I thought you said they were strange. They are, but they're just strange, not really difficult. Good. If we have enough time after meeting Saramaru, we can stop by and get them on board. Sho nodded. Eva stepped up beside him and raised an eyebrow. What does hot-headed mean? Ugh, think Tanaka? Izuku shrugged. Did people think he was hot-headed? Sure, there might be some people, like Essie, that thought he was hot-headed, especially after he. Oh, so stupid. Sho barely held back his laughter at that. They were let in through the back door and promptly escorted through the large, multi-floored building. While on the outside, the building looked like nothing more than a standard office building, inside was a completely different story. Each floor was its own unique gambling hall with cards, slots, and dice games from wall to wall, and some floors even served as a restaurant or a hotel. It was easy to see why this place generated so much revenue. He particularly liked the floor where the girls were wearing the Playboy bunny outfits. He could probably get Ori to wear one. Actually, Ori might actually already have one. Eventually, they arrived at one of the floors close to the top. From the very entrance of the elevator, the entire area was done in the traditional Japanese style with tatami mats stretching from window to window. Dozens of cushions lined a long and low table that was perfect for holding meetings and hosting dinners. In many ways, it was just a more expensive version of their own meeting hall back at the compound. And someone was sitting in his seat. Dressed in a blue yukata that was half falling off one shoulder, exposing a few less than impressive tattoos, was a tall man that had a year or two on Izuku. He had short, choppy brown hair and golden eyes that were locked onto Izuku, like a cat hunting prey. He was holding a large decorated rod on one shoulder, making him look like a misplaced street delinquent with a bat. Saramaru stood, pointing that large decorated staff towards Izuku. The way he held it made it seem like it was a weapon of sorts, which it probably was. He was about to be challenged to a fight, wasn't he? About time you showed up, Izuku Midoriya. Now that you're here, we have much to discuss about the future of the... Izuku gave him a casual gesture as he finished taking off his shoes and letting his feet fully embrace the comfort of the tatami mats. They were softer than normal and were a bit more lustrous. Wait, was that gold in there? Probably fake, but God, that was gaudy. They'd probably look better with a darker red. Wait, that just screamed evil guy. Saramaru's bravado waved for a moment as he lowered his staff. It's nice to meet you, Saramaru. Izuku walked forward, smiling as pleasantly as possible. I guess you already know who I am and why I'm here, so why don't we start talking? Yeah, that sounds. Saramaru gave a short nod before he violently shook his head. Wait, no, that's not what we're doing. That comes after this. And what's this? Me challenging you. Why? Because I think I should be the leader and not you. Okay, why? I'm older, I'm more experienced, and I'm the better leader and fighter. Izuku let out a sigh and scratched the back of his neck. Seriously? Are those the only reasons? He knew this kid would be a pain in the ass. Fur began to grow from Saramaru's face, and his entire body stretched. Even his fingers and toes began to elongate. A long, slender tail, tipped with golden rings, appeared from behind Saramaru. In a moment, he had gone from a normal human to a man-monkey hybrid, complete with a sharp-toothed snout. Really want to know which one of us is stronger? Something told Izuku that this quirk wasn't quite so simple as turning into a monkey. You sure you want to do this here? Izuku asked as he unbuttoned his shirt. This room might not survive. Oh, it's sturdier than it looks. All right then. He tossed his jacket towards Eva, and then rolled his shoulders as he felt Raijin stampeding through his skin. A moment later, there was a crackle as blue lightning emerged from his torso, and Raijin came bursting out. Ready when you are. Saramaru pointed his staff at Raijin, and then at Izuku. What are you, a damn Pokemon trainer? What? I want to fight you. Saramaru hopped on one foot and glared forward. Not your tattoos, and not your lackeys. Show me you're a man worth following. It was bait. It was just fucking bait. But damn if it wasn't tempting. Alright, fine. Saramaru gave a cheeky monkey-like smile that spread all the way from one ear to another and started to hop on his bare monkey feet, which looked more like hairy-knuckled hands. He spun backwards, holding his ornate staff casually behind his back as he assumed some kind of a fighting stance. With the snap of his arm, Izuku sliced that smirk off of Saramaru's face as he summoned Stendhal's sword into his hand. The dark ink-covered blade left a blackened void behind its every motion that seemed to swallow up all the light around them. Looking directly at the blade made it feel like it was less than real, in part because of the inky void looking less like an object and more like there was simply an area in space where existence stopped. "I'll fight you one-on-one." Izuku raised a hand towards Saramaru, who was still transfixed on the blade. "But don't think for a second that means I'm not using my quirk. How sharp is that?" "Oh." Saramaru shifted his stance, standing on one leg while he pointed at the sword with his other foot. "Have you ever watched Star Wars?" "Oh," Saramaru nodded. "That sharp." Izuku rolled his shoulders and held the blade in one hand. "I hope you don't end up regretting this." Saramaru twirled his staff around a few times, smiling and laughing as he started to bounce from foot to foot. "Oh, don't you worry, Izuku, I'm excited for this." "Good." Izuku smiled at the first person to really challenge his rule as the Amaji leader. Sure, there had been Kai, but his fight with Overhaul wasn't so much about who would be in charge of the Amaji. That was about vengeance. This might actually be fun. "Eva, count us." 3:21 go. "Seriously?" Saramaru got over Eva's non-countdown and charged forward and downward. He slid across the golden tatami mats that dominated the floor, sliding under Izuku's already unprepared guard and then kicked up into a spiral. The palm of Saramaru's foot struck Izuku in the chin, sending him stumbling backwards as his brain was racked. The iron-rich taste of blood flooded Izuku's mouth, and he barely managed to bring his feet under him as Saramaru came in for a follow-up attempt. That red and golden ornate staff was being swung about expertly, not letting Izuku so much as even move in for an attack lest he get smacked in the face by that blunt instrument of pain. With a powerful step that made the tatami mat shift, Saramaru swung the staff wide, aiming for Izuku's side. Fortunately, Izuku remembered that he had a sword. He brought up his ink-stained steel and braced against the strike, the cutting edge of the blade leading. It was a gamble that the blade wouldn't bend or break from the strike. And he hit the jackpot. The ornate staff was cleanly cut, the end flying off and slamming into a window with enough force to leave a crack. The fiberglass that had been inside the staff was sent flying out from the metallic tube that surrounded it, and it slid along the mats before it rolled out of the way. Saramaru jumped back and pointed towards his broken staff. "Do you have any idea how much that cost?" "That was a priceless family. They have 3 left in stock at malinai-new-jersey-sheet.com, Sho shouted, his gaze mostly focused on his tablet. Eva snickered. "Shit." Despite having a face covered in fur, Saramaru's blush was more than visible. "Fine, no weapon then." Without warning, Saramaru flipped up the mat he was standing on and kicked it towards Izuku, who promptly sliced it in half with his sword, only to find that Saramaru had vanished. An open palm struck Izuku's upper arm with far more force than Izuku would have expected, and he was practically thrown over the large central table. Before he could land, Saramaru continued the attack, flipping over the table and then kicking it towards Izuku. This guy with his damn distractions. With a roar, Izuku slashed the table clean in half, and then spun to face Saramaru as he came in close. Izuku let his sword drop, the blade falling seamlessly into the floor all the way to the hilt as he came to catch the monkey man's fists. "Oh, not bad." Saramaru taunted before he jumped up, his lengthy toes formed into a couple of fists. "But I got more fists than you do." Before the fists could even hit Izuku, Raijin's arms formed around Izuku's stomach and caught the monkeyman's feet. "Wanna try that again?" "Oh?" Saramaru looked down and blinked. "That's shocking. Don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. No, this is..." He allowed Raijin to channel his electricity, instantly causing Saramaru's brown fur to stand on edge before Izuku slammed him down onto the ground, where he brought back his fist to beat the man into submission. Instead, he only saw the golden mats once again. Where did he go? How was he so quick? "Up here." Izuku glanced up and saw Saramaru was hanging from the ceiling with his tail. He leapt down, a barrage of jabs coming from hands and feet alike as he descended down onto Izuku. It felt like Saramaru was only getting faster and stronger the longer they fought. Or maybe he just gradually stopped holding back. The man clearly knew how to fight with his quirk. A powerful blow slammed into Izuku's nose, making his eyes water as a bit of blood came splattering out. Oh, triple! Saramaru leapt back, dancing like an excited monkey. First blood is mine. Hanabi. With a thought, the phoenix on his chest sprouted her wings and began to soar around his body. Everywhere she passed, his fatigue vanished, his aches and bruises melted, and his wounds were healed. He brought her to the surface, her flames covering his upper torso in a blue hue. Raijin. The great ape thundered inside of him, its massive face covering Izuku's chest completely as he stuck both arms over Izuku's own, solidifying and condensing until they matched his arm and then doubled. Every movement was mirrored with a slight delay. Hisashi. His skin crawled as Hisashi appeared along his body, leaving a black and red trail that looked like lava bursting from obsidian. It glowed and wreathed with an earthy heat that felt like opening a roaring oven. Living tapestry, chimera. Oh. Saramaru blinked and pointed 4 pointer fingers at Izuku as he balanced on his tail. That's new. Izuku rolled his shoulders and smiled. Nah, I've been thinking about doing something like this for a while. Besides, he ran his thumb over his now unbroken nose and blew out a bit of blood. I figure the best way for you to stop monkeying around is to actually take you seriously. Izuku charged, the crows exploding from his body and covering the room in shadows. He could see the whole room. There would be nowhere for Saramaru to hide. But he didn't have to worry. Saramaru met his challenge head-on. But Izuku caught the inside of Saramaru's attack, forcing his agile foe's strike to go wide and knocking him off balance. He pulled back a fist, Raijin's arms following after him, before he struck. The first one hit home, the second one grazed, and the third completely missed. An uppercut from Saramaru's foot came within centimeters of Izuku's face as he moved back. Counter. He stepped forward inside Saramaru's guard and struck with both hands, hitting home on the man's chest and knocking him back. But Saramaru rolled with it, his agile body turning any hit into momentum he could use against Izuku. Parry. Izuku struck at the same time Saramaru did, their fists glancing past each other as they each landed a hit on each other. Bit by bit, they were losing any sense of training they had. Their style devolved into hitting hard and hitting fast. Every few moves they'd gather up enough pieces of some kind of technique, but as the battle continued, those moments began fewer and farther between. Just go down already, Saramaru yelled as he pulled back a massive punch. You, Izuku shouted back at him. All of Raijin's arms were on one side of his body, forming a massive fist of dense, thundery muscles. They both struck each other, Saramaru's fist hitting Izuku in the face hard and breaking his nose for the 5th time that day, while Izuku finally returned the favor for the first time. Saramaru's limbs fell, and he stood there for a moment before he slumped over, falling to the ground. Izuku stood there, pant. Even with Hanabi, he could feel the fatigue of that fight. It had gone on for way longer than he thought, but it still all blurred together into a few simple moves that each of them did thanks to the pure and raw emotion he felt. He smiled. It felt good to beat a strong foe for nothing more than to say he did. I win, right? Izuku asked, smiling at Saramaru. Oh, triple. Saramaru gave a blood-filled smile and a thumbs up. You're the boss. Great. Izuku flopped down beside him. Let's do this again sometime. Can you fix my face? No, I think you're stuck being that ugly. Izuku let out a laugh and sighed. Hanabi had already emerged from his chest, her radiant blue flames engulfing both of them. Good to have you on board. Yeah, so, can I claim the spot of your second in command? You might have to fight Tanaka for that. Izuku leaned up and looked at Sho. Wait, are you my second in command? Sho just shrugged. At this point I might just be your secretary and the guy that drives the car. Izuku just shrugged and then punched Saramaru in the arm. Well, anyways, I don't think I can quite trust you with being second in command, but show up to the council meetings and we'll see about that. As long as you promise me a rematch sometime. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed. With Kasumi and now Saramaru on his side, he had covered most of the big Amagi operations in Tokyo. He still needed to head out to the mountains for the farmers, head over to Saitama to see how that branch was doing, and take care of the stragglers left in the heart of their territory, but everything was starting to feel more and more secure. So, this is where the computer people live? Izuku asked as they walked up a seemingly random fire escape in the middle of the Amagi district that led up to a seemingly random rooftop. He glanced back towards Eva, who insisted on carrying all of the stuff on her own. Despite her strength, it was still something watching her carry what likely amounted to her entire volume in ramen, though she probably still weighed more, given how her quirk worked. And we have to bring them tribute? Yes, it goes easier if you feed them. But wasn't he the crime lord? Sho led them up the staircase and made a hard right when they got to the top. The building on top was small, quaint, and ultimately unnoticeable despite its position being on top of another building. Really, it almost looked like someone just took a street home and smacked it on top of a building. There was even an overgrown flower box. They arrived at the door, and Sho stopped, holding up his finger. Let me check and make sure they're okay with this. You still haven't told me who we're talking to? It'll be easier to understand after you meet them. Izuku sighed, both hands on his hips. I'm honestly expecting some brain attached to a computer at this point. Sho flinched. That might be an easier concept to understand. He pulled out a set of keys and used 3 of them to unlock the door, opening it just a bit before he slipped inside. There was some commotion from inside, a bit of muffled shouting, an excited squeal, and then the door exploded. The girl that sprinted out the door was small, roughly as tall as Eva, only with long hair that changed colors as the light hit it, ranging from silvery and green to bluish and purple. It reminded Izuku of the bubbles he once blew as a kid. She had bright green eyes that were wide to the entire world, like everything was a question and that she might have answers. She was dressed in pale brown shorts that were smaller than his boxers and a white tank top that hugged her body tightly. Really, she could easily be confused for Eva's energetic big sister. Emphasis on big. Because while Eva might actually be taller in this girl, there was one area where she matched Ori. Her chest. She stopped and glanced up at Izuku, scanning him up and down for a moment before she fixated on Eva and sprinted towards the ramen with a smile of someone that was starving. Ramen, she shouted and stood in front of Eva, bouncing from heel to heel. You brought us food, right? Can we have it? Eva looked towards Izuku with a confused look on her face. Izuku nodded. Give it to her. You heard him, the energetic girl with iridescent hair said, smiling from ear to ear. We'll take 3 bowls now. Eva handed the girl 3 of the 6 bowls. What? The girl laughed as she spun around with the bowls, barely able to keep herself stable as she rushed back inside. Heavy. Titty monster. Eva muttered under her breath. She's short like me. But she's a titty monster. Izuku just patted her on the head and headed inside, following after the titty monster. Inside the house was completely different. Wires seemed to cover most of it, and the entire back half of the was separated by a large glass wall that housed what looked like servers and other computers inside of it. In the main area of the house, there were 3 desks all set up next to each other with multiple monitors on each one, each set up exactly the same as the last. 3 hammocks sat scattered around the room, one roughly behind each desk. A large screen dominated one wall with several game stations neatly organized on top of one another. Though, again, the most eye-catching thing was the girl. Or rather, the girls. Triplets, completely identical, all of them sitting at a desk as they swiftly began eating and working on the computer. There were graphics, stocks, and stuff that looked like it had come right out of some sci-fi anime. But Izuku looked toward Sho, who was in the kitchen of all places, slowly cleaning up after these 3 girls. So, who are they? Hazel, Sho muttered as he tied the trash bag shut and lifted it out from the box. I normally stop by here once or twice a week too. He gestured towards the trash. But it's been a while. I'm surprised it's not worse. Hey, we can clean up after ourselves, Hazel, apparently, spoke up, waving her hand at Sho. We just forget. And the other 2? Izuku asked, looking at Hazel's identical sisters. Other 2 what? One of the girls asked, looking around the room confused. They're all Hazel. Sho commented. They all have the same name? Isn't that confusing? Nope, Hazel jumped up from her seat and then pointed at him. Oh, you're that Izuku guy. We tracked your phone that one time. Then you threw it in the river. Good thing that hotel asked for your name or we'd never have found you. That? Izuku tilted his head and then looked towards Sho. They found me? I thought you did. I did, with their help. Why all named Hazel? Eva stomped her foot making the three girls jump. And why all look the same? Oh, the three girls looked towards each other and then blinked. They then looked at Eva. It's because this is our quirk. We're just one person. Huh? Eva asked and then looked towards Izuku. Smaller words? Izuku opened his mouth and then turned towards Sho. I got nothing. Hazel, I know you really like to confuse people with your quirk, but Izuku is technically your new boss, so can you actually explain yourself? Fine, fine, Hazel said, waving her hand and sitting back down in her seat. Well, I guess you did bring us ramen. Basically, another Hazel began, our quirk is that we have 3 bodies, but 1 mind. Eva squinted her eyes and then clutched her head. I stay outside. He needed to give Eva a reward after today. Izuku stared at them for a moment and then nodded. I think I understand. You do. Wow, that's fast. Most people are still confused even after we prove it. I mean, I have a tattoo that does the same thing. Izuku conjured a couple of his crows onto his arm. My crows have many bodies, but they're one thing on my body, so they're connected in weird ways. Oh, that's useful, Hazel snapped her fingers. Anyways, thanks for stopping by. Bossman, did you need anything from us? You're good with computers, right? Nope. Never touched one. What's a computer? I'm going to take that as a yes. Izuku placed both hands on his hips and walked over behind the closest Hazel, a hand resting on her chair as he looked at her screens. There was code and so much more. Oh, he is smart, one said with a chipper tone. You were right, Sho, we do like him. So, what do you need to know? The one he was standing over asked, looking up at him. How much info can you get on Detnerat? Izuku asked, a plan starting to form in his head for a revenge that was long overdue. All of it, Hazel said with a smile, her fingers already on the keyboard. What do you want? Izuku let out a stiff yawn and ran his hand over his face. 2 days in a row where he had to get up early to go and try and make sure the criminal empire he had inherited didn't fall apart was a bit much for him. Waking up before school every morning to run and train seemed like such a distant thought that it might as well have been a dream. Really, he blamed Ori for his current sleep schedule. He could probably blame Ori for a lot of things. Like his tattoos. And his lack of virginity. And his tattoo addiction. Izuku rolled his shoulders and looked down the winding mountain road Sho had been driving them down since before the sun had even risen. Apparently, the farms were deep in the mountains both for the sake of the crops and to keep things out of the way of the authorities. Which made sense, minus the fact that the authorities already knew about their operations because of the deals his grandmother had made. Though, with the reports of villains on the rise, Izuku doubted that the police were too concerned with their caged animals. Besides, technically all he was doing was consolidating power, warding off the Chinese triad, and just making sure that his territory was nice and orderly. Exactly what heroes would do. Except not legal. At all. What's that look for? Saramaru scratched at the side of his face. The pinstripe suit he was wearing made him look like he had fallen out of the 50s, though the way he sat in the car with his legs crossed looked incredibly uncomfortable. When it came down to who was going to join him in the morning, Izuku had honestly expected to see Wacken, or maybe Ida, as both Tanaka and Eva were going to be busy today. And Ori was asleep. He should be asleep. With his face buried somewhere in Ori's tits. Instead, he had found Saramaru standing at the car dressed to the nines, looking like he was ready to do business and die of polio. Still, it was probably for the best to get to know one of his newest allies more. Especially since he had spent a great deal of time with Hazel scheming about how to get revenge on a massive company like Detnerat. And honestly, he was excited to wipe the smug look off that CEO's face. Izuku shrugged and smiled at Saramaru. Just scheming, and thinking about how much I want to be getting inked right now. It's addicting, isn't it? Saramaru muttered, placing his hand on his cheek as he rested his elbow on his knee. Even when he wasn't using his quirk, he still looked a bit like a monkey. It had to be his round ears. You've gotten tattoos? A few, one done by Ori when we were little, another from when I went to India. But that's not what I'm talking about. Saramaru waved his hand like he was shooing the past away. I'm talking about expressing your quirk? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Look, I have a degree in quirk psychology. Really? Well, I browsed the internet, same thing if you think about it. Look, just because monkeys throw shit doesn't mean you have to spew it. Saramaru snapped his finger and pointed his finger at Izuku. That's what I'm talking about I've thought about flinging poop before. Gross. I never actually did it. Saramaru scratched his chin again and shifted in his seat. But, I'm just saying that for whatever reason, people feel the need to use their quirks, and their quirks affect them in weird ways. If I were to say I have a wicked craving for bananas, would you even blink an eye? Not in the slightest. Exactly, so for you with your quirk that brings tattoos to life, you must have been itching to get your first tattoo. Saramaru drummed his fingers on his knee and smiled. Same reason why you're probably going to end up with more ink than skin at some point. Izuku laughed. Yeah, I was desperate for my first tattoo, but, because of my quirk, I don't have to worry about ever running out of space. Have you thought about getting something massive then? Like an actual kaiju? Nah, I don't think I'll need something that big. Raijin is plenty big as is. XXXX. Rich green hills, a beautiful spring-fed creek of mineral water, and clear blue skies. If it wasn't for the pot farm, this place would be picturesque and worthy of being on a postcard. Still could, if he was going to send it to a druggie. Izuku stood from the car and stretched. His entire body felt stiff from the long ride to the farms. On a map, the distance didn't look so far, but the actual drive had been a meandering path through slow mountain roads that had nearly made him car sick. Saramaru stumbled out of the car, nearly falling over as he grabbed for a low wooden post and proceeded to vomit. Maybe you should walk back? Izuku laughed at his expense, only to double that laughter when Saramaru flipped him a weak middle finger before puking again. Sho stood from the car, his bright orange hair looking as untamed as always, and he didn't show the slightest bit of discomfort that he had just driven for the better part of 3 hours. I told you not to drink coffee. You didn't have to drift the last half mile. No, but it was fun. Sho. Izuku sighed and looked at their formerly nice and clean black car that now looked like it needed to be completely repainted. Please don't do that on the way back. I don't need to experience banana barf. Sho just gave a quick shrug. It's harder to do it uphill anyways. Thank fuck, Saramaru choked out as he spat up some odd-colored spit for a moment. Izuku turned and looked at what had to be the most amount of weed he had ever seen. A single fire at this place and every small village in the valley would be high for a week. Truthfully, Izuku had no concept of how much money this place was worth, but he had a feeling that it was a lot. A lot. Maybe the person that ran this place would be able to tell them? Hiding under some trees of unusual size were several camper vans that looked like they had been there since before the trees had. Several more permanent structures were also set up around the area, from a large storehouse to other residences. One of the trailers opened up, and a particularly large man walked out. His massive arms were bare, and displayed thick, coiled muscle that came from a life outside of the city. His lush green beard was actually lush, in that there were flowers blooming out of it all the way down to his navel. His skin had a slightly green hue that made Izuku think that he had stumbled into some druid's enclave. Yotes the large man waved his hand, and a great big smile came across his face as he thundered over to Izuku. He walked steadily towards Izuku, seemingly growing larger with each and every step until Izuku found himself staring up at him like a toddler would an adult. Let's see here, the large man spoke as he stopped in front of the car. He looked like he was damn near too big to fit inside the car, even if they removed all the seats. The man snapped his fingers and pointed at Izuku. I recognize that mop of hair anywhere. He squatted down in front of Izuku much like how he would to a child in order to look them in the eyes. You must be the new boss man? That's right. Izuku nodded and extended his hand out for the man to shake. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Wow, the man let out a full belly laugh that felt like it shook the earth. Once he settled down, he took Izuku's hand, engulfing it completely, and shook slowly. My name's Yon, but most people just call me Ent. I was a friend of your grandfather and father. That took Izuku by surprise as he looked back towards Sho, who could only shrug. You don't look old enough to be my grandfather's friend. And let out another earth-shaking laugh. That's because of my quirk photosynthesis basically. I'm a tree person, so I age and grow like a tree. Also means I can't stand that city air, so sorry for not showing up sooner. Oh, it's no worries, I don't think we'd have room for you. Izuku smiled up at the large man. This was a pleasant surprise. And the smile vanished from En's face and he finally let go of Izuku's hand. Sorry about Hanabi. Izuku looked to the ground and let his arm drop to his side. Truthfully, he was still expecting her to show up and say, I'm not dead yet, quit crying, or to give him some life advice that may or may not take place in a drug garden. He placed a hand over his heart, feeling the warmth of the tattoo. He got to remember her. He held out his hand and felt her namesake travel along his arm before it burst from his hand in a massive ball of blue flames. Despite her size on his arm, she weighed nearly nothing. Her inky blue flames shifted in color ranging from cool teals to vibrant purples, and her eyes locked onto Ent's. It's all right, Izuku said, looking at the phoenix. She's still with us? Ent kept his eyes locked on the flaming bird. That she is. With a thought, Izuku pulled her back into his skin and smiled up at what was apparently a long-time family friend. So, what do I have to do to keep you happy and loyal? Not a damn thing, Ent roared and let out a full belly laugh again. I'm low maintenance, just need good dirt, good sun, and good water, and I'm happy as can be. And so long as there's a Midoriya in charge, I won't have any problems working for the Amagi. Longest trip, easiest to win over. Well, since we came all the way out here, why not show us around? I figure I should probably know about what we're doing here. Right on, I suppose Sho and Barf Boy are coming along too? Of course. I'm sorry, Izuku blinked as he looked at the large bag of weed that was ready to be shipped out. It had a corn label on it. He had always known that drugs were a good way to make money, even if they weren't really legal and could get him arrested, but he hadn't quite realized just how much things were worth until now. How much? Well, Ent stretched and looked over the field of cannabis that stretched along the valley. A lot of that is in the depends category. We got 4 acres here with 6 different variants of the stuff plus my own custom crop, and another half-acre devoted to other crops, and half an acre for medical crops that we donate to be used in medical supplies. Do they know where it comes from? Saramaru asked, stepping up to look at the feed-sized bag of weed. The clinics? Oh, absolutely. It mostly goes to poorer, shady areas, but it helps them keep people healthy. Ent scratched his floral beard and let out a huff. Hanabi was the one that set it up along with my wife. But, anyways, back onto numbers? Well, it was good that they were doing their part to help Japan. His grandmother really drove it home that their community service was what separated Yakuza families from simple thugs. If we were to sell all of this locally, it'd probably be about 150 million yen per acre. That was over $5 million. How much money did the Amagi have? Was he rich now? But we actually export most of it and sell it as Bushido weed in America, Mexico, Italy, and England. In order to not step on any toes, we sell it bulk for roughly 3 times the price, and then they in turn sell it for double that. So, depending on where you sell it, probably about damn near $40 million. Izuku took in a breath and stared at the crops. The sheer size and weight of the criminal organization that he had taken over was suddenly weighing down on top of him. And his grandmother had said that the casino was where they made most of their revenue, and the docks and fight club were after that. She never even mentioned the farm. Izuku looked toward Saramaru and squinted at him. And how much does the casino bring in? Annually? Saramaru tilted his head to the side and stroked his chin slowly. I'd say close to $5 billion. You all right, Izuku? Sho asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Oh, I'm fine. I'm just, coming to terms with just how much money I'm dealing with now. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and let out a long, steady breath before looking back at Ent. Well, let's continue then. You mentioned medical crops? Between Hazel's computer skills and the sheer amount of revenue the Amagi commanded, Izuku was already thinking about how he could completely and utterly destroy the CEO of Detnarat. Ori Yamato. Ori leaned against the countertop while she drummed her fingers against the cool, overly clean, and sterile environment. Everything in here felt like it was so meticulously clean that even if she were to be coming out of the bath, she'd still be the dirtiest thing in the room. And from how several of the nurses were looking at her, that was probably the case. Then again, it probably wasn't her cleanliness that was drawing their stares. Rather, it was her tattoos. Ever since she had met Izuku, her desire to ink had increased so naturally she had inked her own body as well. Just a few small details here and there. What's more was that cherry blossom tree she had itched into her leg long ago had started to grow all on its own. She always had a feeling that her quirk was more than just simply cutting people pretty, but this was proof. Though the only people that believed her were Izuku, Eva, and Tanaka. So basically her family. The dude at the desk stared at her with wide eyes for a moment before he turned and looked back down at his computer, quickly typing away at it. Seriously? Why was everyone acting like that? Can't she wear a tank top and shorts and not be stared at? Who cared if she had tattoos? They were beautiful, handcrafted works of art. Ori looked at her outfit for just a second and adjusted her shoulder strap, and realized that her tits looked damn good today. Maybe that was why people were staring? That seemed likely. The dude at the desk looked up at her again, pushing up his glasses. Reason for visit, ma'am? Wow, she hadn't been called ma'am before. Oh, I'm here to see Eri Yamato. Ori placed her hand over the counter. Probably about this tall, has white hair. She flicked some of her own hair, and then tapped at her horns. Has horns? Oh. The dude tapped at his computer and sighed. That child. What's your relationship with the patient? Ori tapped her horns again, bouncing her finger between them as the dude blushed at her. She's my niece. Now are you going to give me a visitor pass, or am I going to get arrested today? He opened his mouth and then closed it. A small printer hummed, then he handed her a small paper square. She's on the 3rd floor. Room G2. Follow the yellow line. Thanks, she grabbed the paper and started to wander down the hospital path. It was a shame Tanaka didn't want to come. Well, more that he found an excuse not to come with how he had to go fight some punks with Eva that thought that they could try and move in on their turf or something. Not that that wasn't a valid concern, that turf had a great yakisoba shop. But Tanaka did have some very valid reasons for why he didn't want to come with her. The first being was that despite everything that her brother was, he absolutely hated hospitals. The second was that he frightened small children. And Eri was a small child. And the fact that Tanaka was likely going to be nervous just being in the hospital was just a recipe for disaster. Maybe once Eri was allowed to leave, she'd drag her dork-ass brother to come see their niece. As for Izuku, he was busy visiting the farms and just trying to bring the Amagi together. She was sure he'd be here if she asked him to, but really, there wasn't much need. Besides, Ori half skipped with both hands behind her back. I want a nice comfy girls' day with Eri. There was a bit of guilt inside that they weren't the ones taking care of Eri, but when she said she didn't want any kids, she meant it. She just didn't want them, pure and simple. However, being able to spoil and or ruin someone else's child was more than okay. So long as it wasn't a baby. Babies were ugly. Personal preferences aside, there was also Eri herself. She had been abused in a Yakuza home, and even if the Amagi were great, they didn't have the ability to deal with something like that. The heroes were the right place for her right now. But that didn't mean Ori was just going to let her eldest brother's kid not know shit about her family. G1, Ori skipped the last step and bounced in front of the slightly opened door, pointing her finger at it. She knocked while opening the door all the way, and while she did see Eri sitting on the bed with a confused look on her face, she also saw a tall, muscular blonde guy sitting on the bed with a board game between them. Yo, Mr. Hero Guy, right? Mr. Hero Guy looked at himself for a moment, then looked behind him. Yes? Eri stared at her with wide, sparkling eyes, her mouth slightly open. Who are you? Mr. Hero Guy asked, then he looked towards Eri then back at Ori. I mean, I can kind of guess. That's right, Ori grabbed a chair and spun it around towards Eri's bedside then sat on it backwards. I'm Ori Yamato and she pointed towards her horns while looking at Eri, your aunt? My, Eri blinked and kept her eyes locked onto Ori. Aunt? Right? She looked towards Mr. Hero Guy and smiled. That's what it's called when she's my brother's daughter? Yeah, that's right. I'm Mirio Togata, by the way. Nice to meet you. Ori smiled and nodded at him. Thanks for trying to save Eri, even if my boyfriend had to save yo. But boyfriend? Mirio blinked and tilted his head. Oh, he's the guy with the... He stared at her arms and then smacked himself in the face. Tattoos? Yep, did those myself. Ori beamed and then looked back to Eri. She was the reason Ori came here after all. And how are you, cutie? Eri's eyes went slightly wide and she wiggled in the bed a bit. She was nervous, but she was also curious. That was probably a good start. Eri placed her cards down and scooted closer to Ori. Are you really my aunt? Yeah, Ori grabbed some of her hair and dangled it near Eri. See, we even have the same hair, and we both have horns, right? And look, Ori pushed some of her hair back to reveal her red eye, and smiled at Eri. We at least have one eye that's the same color. So you're basically like my little sister or something too, right? Eri's eyes continued to grow wider by the second as she looked at her own hair and poked her own horn before she covered her left eye. A small smile growing on her face. You're really pretty. Duh, thanks. Ori reached over and tapped Eri on the nose, making the smaller girl smile a bit. Eat healthy and you'll look like me too one day. Really? Probably. But Eri scooted closer and touched Ori's arm, specifically her tattoos. What are these? Did you draw on yourself? Kind of. Ori gestured to her arm and then lifted up her tank top a bit to reveal that she was nearly fully inked. At least, everywhere she could reach and see. Really, the only reason why she had tattoos on her back at this point was because her sakura tree had been growing so much. She still had no idea what it was. These are actually tattoos. And I made them with my quirk. Your quirk? Basically whenever I scratch someone, I can leave a colorful mark on them. She leaned in close so that her horn touched Eri's. And guess what? They're super duper special and do things. Eri gasped a bit. Like what? Well, it was hard to explain to someone that believed her, but apparently much harder to explain to a kid. Oh, she pulled her shirt up to reveal the koi fish on her side swimming up a waterfall. This one I made to symbolize me overcoming a dark time in my life. It's helped me by making things clearer, I guess. Oh, or this one that's helping me control my quirk better. Eri's eyes went really wide. You can do that? Yeah, I can do lots of things, like Eva, who's like my little sister kind of. Probably shouldn't mention the whole side chick thing to a kid. I put a tattoo on her back that's of a big kitty cat and now she doesn't make a sound when she walks. Oh, is that what that was? Mirio asked, a smile on his face. I saw her and was amazed how she could stomp on the ground like that and not make a sound. Ori nodded. Yeah, and her other tattoos help to keep her quirk in check. That's amazing, Eri muttered, still touching Ori's tattoos. Ori blinked and glanced at Mr. Hero Guy for a moment before looking back towards Eri. You really like them? Eri nodded. Do you want one? Eri gasped. Can I? They kind of hurt, Ori admitted. And I don't think Mr. Hero Guy will let me do it to you. That's right, Mirio muttered. Or at the very least, not without permission. He hopped onto the floor and stretched before grabbing his phone. Let me give Izuku-sensei a call and see what he says. How bad do they hurt? Eri asked, her eyes still fixated on Ori's tattoos. She had all the signs of someone about to enter the early stages of tattoo addiction, appreciation and curiosity. It was really rare in Japan, mostly common in the Yakuza groups, though a rare few outside that group had the itch. Izuku didn't count because 1, he was technically a Yakuza prince, and 2, that dude came pre-built with a tattoo addiction. And the perfect canvas for it. They used to hurt lots. People said that it was like getting their skin peeled off and then burned back on. That's kind of what it was like for Izuku, with how much detail she put into his tattoos, but it wasn't something she wanted to put a little kid through. Thankfully, she had learned how to make the process less painful for simpler, more geometric shapes when she was doing Eva's tattoos. But for you, I think it shouldn't hurt any more than this. Ori reached out and pinched Eri's chubby cheek slightly. Eri smiled and rubbed her cheek. That didn't hurt at all. It was probably because she was so used to being tortured by that prick Chisaki. Here. Ori stood and grabbed one of the small thumbnails that were attached to a cork board, causing the flyer to tilt slightly. While he's calling someone that will say no, do you want me to give you a small one? It'll be our little secret. Eri bit her lip and looked towards Mirio for a moment. Will it help me control my quirk? Nah, Ori waved her hand, that one we might get the okay for, but you like my cherry blossoms, right? Eri nodded vigorously, sending her hair flopping back and forth. Then I'll give you one like that. Eri's eyes were wide and full of sparkles. Now, where do you want it? I want it like yours. This kid was seriously such a sweetie. But give me your thigh, and let me know if it hurts, okay? Eri nodded. To her credit, she didn't so much as flinch as Ori gave her the stealthiest tattoo she ever had. It was a good thing it was a simple one too. It was a simple curved line, made to look like a bump, with a second small line just inside of that one that bent the other way. And then a few quick flicks and there it was. A small sprout, hidden where most men shouldn't go looking, but it was there nonetheless. There was a slight greenness inside the two leaves. Ori blew on it, then ran her finger over the now perfectly smooth tattoo. Eri looked at it and frowned. It doesn't look like yours. Not now it doesn't. Ori placed a hand on Eri's head and ruffled her hair. But it will grow with you. It will grow big and strong, and you will grow big and strong, just like mine did, so trust your auntie, all right? It'll grow? Eri muttered, smiling at her little sprout. I'll take good care of it. No, you'll take good care of yourself, right? Right? Mirio coughed behind them and looked at them with a raised eyebrow. That's almost wholesome enough that I don't want to tell Izuku-sensei. Ori shrugged. You snitch and I'll tattoo your mouth shut? Can you do that? Wanna find out, Mr. Hero Guy? She brandished the thumbtack at him. I'll pass, but Izuku-sensei was interested in what you have to say. Later that night, Ori left Eri with the sprout that would grow with her, and her with it. A week later, a simple lotus was placed on the back of Eri's right hand. Lotuses had many meanings: purity, beauty, spiritual awakening. But for Eri, the meaning that Ori pushed into that simple outline was one of personal growth, to always become a better person, to rise above temptation, and to be in control of oneself. You can't be serious. Somehow, Essie could already feel her hair getting even more gray, which seemed like it should be impossible since she was born with silvery ashen gray that, while awesome now, had caused her to be teased as a kid for being a grandma. The Amagi are stable right now, and you want to arrest their leader? She placed both hands on the table and looked at all the parties involved. It was by far above her pay grade, and officially she was only there as an expert. All Might was sitting close to her. His diminished form still took some getting used to, while Sir Knight I looked on with a scowl on his face that was leveled towards no one in particular. The police chief and the Hero Public Safety Commission president were on the other side as well. Both of them looked like their dog had just died. Honestly, it was all around a miserable room that really just felt like it was there to take away 5 years of her life. When no one said anything, Essie took a deep breath and flipped through her folder. Right now, villain crimes are up all around the country. This is evident even from just over a month's worth of data. But villain crimes are actually down in the Amagi territory. How much of that is because the Amagi are taking in villains just like the Shei Hasakai were doing? The police chief leaned back in her seat and glanced towards Detective Tsukachi for a moment. Has the Amagi made any contact with any established groups? Naomasa leaned forward, his fingers intertwined as he took in a slow, steady breath. There have been some disputes, and I'm sure Ms. Tatsuma can tell you all about the clashes. All things considered, the Amagi have actually led to more villain arrests than some pro-heroes. In large part because they've been busy cleaning house, though some groups did try to move in thinking that the lack of heroes would make the Amagi territory a safe haven. Essie nodded along with what the detective was saying, feeling herself relax quite a bit. Her sister Ryuko's agency was near the Amagi territory, and she often said that things were quiet over there. It makes sense, All Might said. I've spoken to young Midoriya once. At one point he wanted to be a hero, but circumstances led him down his current path. I don't think he's a villainous person, but that doesn't mean he's a hero either. The Hero Public Safety Commission president crossed her arms and glared at a picture of Izuku that was on the table. And it doesn't excuse the fact that he interrupted a police operation in order to take revenge. Essie bit her lip. likely ruining the light bit of lipstick she had placed on that morning. That was true, what Izuku did that day was way over the line. And I suppose their help in arresting the remaining Shei Hasakai locations as well as… I'm well aware of their contributions to the case, Ms. Tatsuma, but that doesn't entitle them to act freely. The president tapped her fingers along the board. I'm also well aware of the stability in the Amagi territory. It's allowed us to allocate resources elsewhere. There's also the Tokyo clan. SAE flipped through the folder and pulled up what information she could on it. Right now they're all joining around Hitoshi Shinso, and while not as successful, they're attempting to do the same with their territory. But if we were to remove Izuku from the equation, then we could be looking at a Yakuza war in addition to the current villain outbreak. She sighed and looked at the table. I really don't think going after Izuku is a good idea right now. Sure, if he messes up in the future, then yes, we arrest him, but like All Might said, he's not a villain. And I really think he's just trying to secure his territory and keep it safe. Your bias is showing, Ms. Tatsuma, the police chief warned with a light scowl on her face. It's good you're close to the Amagi head, but don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. She wasn't. Was she? Ahem. Sir Night-Eye coughed and adjusted his tie, speaking for the first time this meeting. I believe that we're missing the point here. We shouldn't be discussing whether or not Izuku should be arrested, but rather why we need him to be in prison. He tilted her head and looked at Sir Night-Eye. The man's usual stoic face was even more grim than it normally was. Huh. Mirai took a deep breath and stared at her for a moment before he stood glancing at each and every person on the table. Right now, All for One is sitting in Tartarus, under maximum security conditions. However, from the future I've seen, he's going to escape. There were several silent gasps around the table, as everyone was at full attention now. I've already told All Might all of this, and right now we're in agreement that we need someone that can go inside and find out what All for One is planning. He sat back in her chair as she slowly put the pieces together. And Izuku's the perfect person? Correct. Mirai nodded towards her and adjusted his glasses. Because he offered to let me see his future freely, I was able to see more than I normally would, but much of it is fragmented. He'll be a key player moving forward. Not just that, he muttered, drawing the table's attention towards herself. But Izuku is just high enough profile that it makes sense that he would end up in Tartarus alongside Overhaul. What's more is his quirk. Current quirk suppression technology likely wouldn't work on Izuku, especially not with his tiger that can phase through solid matter and take people with it. The only way that Izuku could be in prison is if he wanted to be in there. And even without that, Izuku probably figured out how to bring objects into his skin, absorbing them as a tattoo so he could cause a lot of damage with even the slightest skin contact. But none of that was important. She gasped and looked at Sir Night-Eye. You want his crows? Crows? All Might asked, raising an eyebrow. Mirai nodded slowly. It was how Izuku found out about the raid's time and location. It was a bit of a catch-22 where we only found out about Shei Hasaki's location because we looked into his future, and he only knew about the location because he effectively told us. Mirai blinked and adjusted his glasses. Sorry, the recent paradox has led me to muse about my own quirk a bit. But, yes, Izuku's crows. They're shadows that are virtually undetectable and can transfer sound from miles away. So let me get this straight. The HPSC president folded her hands in front of her. You want to get this Yakuza head to get arrested, and then leave these crows all over the place. And for what? Revenge. All Might said simply. The boy knows what All for One took from him. Specifically, his father. He might agree to it based on that alone. But, like I said, I think there's some part of him that will jump at the chance of being a hero. He sighed and ran her hands through her hair before she let her arm drop to her side. If we're going after his cooperation, we should at least negotiate with him first, since this is all about him doing it willingly. Can't we just arrest him and pin his freedom on it? The police chief said with a smile. Nope, unless you skin Izuku alive, the prison won't be able to hold him. He muttered now, staring at the ceiling. How the hell was she going to talk to Izuku about this? What? Why? It was Mirai that answered, with a smug smile that made her feel a bit happy. He has a cat. XXXX. Izuku stepped out of the car and glanced at the vaguely familiar junkyard he had only come to a handful of times. The Hatsums were a wild card. On the one hand, Mei was quite literally a UA student, and from what he heard, was already making a name for herself in the support department from producing more gear than they had students. Which was impressive to say the least. And Otto was unique. He had government and hero contracts for creating artificial limbs for heroes that lost theirs. Apparently, the limbs could easily look human with a graft, though most opted to have the limbs modified into powerful support items. One such limb belonged to Katsuki Bakugo, who lost his leg during the attack on UA during the spring. So, there was no doubt that the Hatsums were more than willing to work inside the law. Both Otto and Mei seemed to at least be morally aligned with the heroes at least. But, on the other hand, though the two might work inside the law, they both played outside the law. The two were the frequent stars of the fight pit, always bringing in new and exciting robots that pressed the bounds of what should be possible. Their current model, Arda.3N, was supposedly strong enough to finally take Raijin down, which Izuku was eager to see. So there was a chance that he could get them to sign on as less of a protectorate, shielding the Hatsums from the outside world, and more partners, taking them into the Amagi just a bit. It helped that the Hatsum junkyard was pretty much buried deep in the Amagi territory. Izuku, Eva let out a small whine as she stared at the large gate. Do I have to go? Huh. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the short redhead. She didn't seem sick or anything, not that he had ever seen Eva get sick. He just kind of assumed that her white blood cells were as strong as the rest of her and that she could just flex any sickness out of her body. What's wrong? Sho let out a small laugh and scratched the back of her head. Well, the last time we were here to get some equipment, Eva found out the hard way that Otto doesn't know what personal space is. Eva shivered and rubbed her arms. Neither does Mimi. Izuku gave a deeper chuckle that only grew as Eva's blush began to appear. It was cute how her ears always turned a bit red before her cheeks did. Well, if you want to wait at the car, that's fine, but won't you get bored on your own? Eva blinked and then crossed her arms in indignation. They made their way deeper into the junkyard, passing by several stacks of cars and other junk, only for the scrap to change shape as they got closer to the workshop, becoming art and works in progress. Even the R.O.N.3.N could be seen currently going under repairs or upgrade. Damn it, Mei, a familiar voice sounded as Izuku entered through the large open garage and experienced the sheer fucking heat that was inside of the workshop. Hurry up with my leg, I'm starting to sweat in this death trap you call a workshop. Hein, Otto's normally friendly voice called from the other side. Don't talk to my Mimi like that. In case you forgot, my sweat is fucking explosive. So forgive me for being slightly frustrated that I'm melting over here next to some tanks that say explosive on them without a fucking leg to move with. Izuku stood in the middle of the shop, hands on his hips as he looked at the strange scene that was laid out before him. Otto was working diligently on some project, while Katsuki was sitting on a bench, the metallic stump where his prosthetic leg would normally go on full display. Both men were dressed in shorts and a tank top and just completely covered in sweat. It was Katsuki that saw him first. Deku? What the? Never mind. Hey, can you hand me my bag? I have a couple of grenades in there I can store this sweat in. Izuku rolled his eyes and walked over to Katsuki's bag. What are you doing here, Kachikan? Katsuki sneered at the nickname and quickly grabbed a grenade-patterned ball from his back and began to rub himself with it, soaking up the semi-valuable sweat. Here you go, honey. Mei came running out from the side workshop with Katsuki's leg above her head and a great big smile on her face. I finished fine-tuning it. Don't call me honey. Then what should I call you? Mei asked as she practically jammed Katsuki's leg back into place. There was a hiss, a click, and a frustrated scream of pain from Katsuki as his eyes bulged out of his head. Because I can't call you baby, that'd just be confusing. Katsuki grabbed his replacement leg like he was in agony and gritted his teeth. I've told you, just call me Katsuki, and I'll just call you Mei? Mei tapped her chin, her ever-present smile not fading for a second before she gave a small wink. Nope, I'll stick with honey. It suits you. This was one of those moments where Izuku felt like he had both too much information and somehow not enough. Are you two dating? Mei asked with a cheerful smile. Oh hey, it's the champ. Did you come here to help us test out Ronin? We're still upgrading him, but we can have him online in an hour or so. Oh, Mei swiped one of Katsuki's grenades and laughed maniacally. We even have new ammo thanks to Honey here. Izuku rolled his eyes and looked away from the sweaty, sticky, and slightly crazy Mei and towards his childhood friend for a moment. Honey? Katsuki groaned and ran his hands over his face. Yeah. How? I found out that kissing her was the best way to shut her up. It works both ways, Mei said cheerfully. Enough about that, Katsuki growled, his face nearly completely red. Why are you here, and who are the suits you're with? And how aren't they sweating balls? Quirk, Sho answered with a wink. I have a tattoo on my butt? Eva muttered. Katsuki and Mei both raised an eyebrow. This is Sho, he's my driver and personal assistant. And assassin, and basically whatever Izuku needed him to be. He's always at 100%, so I guess that means he doesn't need to sweat? Sho nodded in agreement. Personal assistant? Katsuki muttered. Izuku gestured towards Eva, who gave a small bow. And this is Eva, my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Katsuki's eyebrow was raised to the point where it looked like it might merge with his hair. What the fuck are you? Yo Champ Otto came walking over, finally looking away from whatever project he had been working on. What brings you to our humble abode? Oh wait, I should probably call you something different, huh? Now that you're the head and whatnot? Sorry, I'm not really good at formalities and such. Oh, don't worry Otto, you can keep calling me champ if you want. Izuku laughed and held out his hand for the larger man to grab. And I'm here to talk. Hold the fuck up, Deku, Katsuki shouted. Champ, I get illegal fights and whatever the fuck, but head? A fucking shorty as your PA and your bodyguard? What the fuck is everyone talking about? Huh? Izuku blinked and looked at his friend. Oh yeah, you don't know. Yeah, I'm the head of the Amagi. Izuku gestured towards the outside. We control pretty much all the territory around here. Yeah, like the fight pit, Mei chimed in. Katsuki's eye twitched. Violently. The fuck? Normally Katsuki was as loud and as angry as they came. Izuku half expected his friend to start shouting, yelling, and screaming at the sudden revelation. Instead, Katsuki was calm. And he wielded that calmness like a knife, the cool edge of which was currently being pressed up against Izuku's throat, goading him for answers. Even the normally loud Hatsum siblings were cut off guard by Katsuki's response. They glanced at each other, then at Katsuki, and then finally, Izuku felt all eyes fall on him. There was no harm in Katsuki knowing, there really wasn't. Katsuki was a hero after all, and there was a big line that Izuku had to cross to get the heroes to come after him. And even if he went to the police were at least to an extent on his side. He got to break the law legally. And he was also fucking loaded, but that was besides the point. He had nothing to fear from Katsuki. But he could use the ally. So far he hadn't heard from any of the heroes that his grandmother used to have under her belt. Well, you know that guy that All Might fought a bit ago? Izuku asked as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah? The fuck does that freak have to do with this shit? Katsuki swore, his organic leg bouncing up and down in annoyance. Izuku shrugged and held his arms out. He killed my dad. And my dad was supposed to be the next head of the Amagi. My mom more or less ran away with me, and then kept our past a secret, and because I really wanted a tattoo, I ended up going to Ori. The fuck is an Ori? Well, now she's my girlfriend. Izuku smiled as Katsuki's eye twitched with renewed vigor. But, basically, she was living with the Amagi, she inked me, and long story short, after my mom kicked me out, I met my grandma. In a few months she did more for me than my mom ever did, then she was killed, I got revenge, and now we're here. Izuku clapped his hands and smiled cheerfully. Any questions? Yes. Katsuki said in an oddly toned-down voice as he closed his eyes, his legs still shaking up. Izuku waited for a bit, taking the time to look around at the others. Otto had a great big smile on his face. Mei looked like she wanted to do something else. Eva looked bored, and Sho was desperately trying not to laugh. Well, what are they? I don't know yet. Katsuki answered by holding up a single finger. But I know they're there. So, we're cool? No. You wanna work for me? Fuck no. Ugh, are we still friends at least? Katsuki opened his eyes and glared at Izuku. I'm aiming to be the #1 hero. I don't think I can call a Yakuza crime lord my friend. Izuku shrugged and smiled. You should ask All Might about it the next chance you get. He knew my dad and grandpa. The Amagi even worked with him to take down All for One. Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. And with how things are going, the future #1 hero might need our help. Izuku extended his hand and Katsuki glared at it for a few seconds. There was a soft twang as his foot hit the ground. Katsuki grabbed the hand roughly. Friends. Katsuki snarled as a feral smile appeared on his face. But, just know that if you ever cross the fucking line, I'll be the one taking you down. Izuku laughed and pulled Katsuki tighter, into a half-handshake half-hug scenario. I'll hold you to it. You hero and Yakuza folk sure are a different breed, huh? Otto gave a great big laugh and smacked his belly. But, good to know that the loudmouth my sister dragged home has a decent taste in friends at least. Oi. Katsuki pushed Izuku away and glared at Otto, who returned the glare right back. Anyways, on to the reason why I actually came here. Izuku clapped his hands again and gestured towards Otto and Mei as well. Otto, Mei, I understand that for a long time, you two have been protected by the Amagi, and that we've even taken to writing off the inspectors for this place. What? Katsuki half-shouted looking at Mei and Otto. But what's illegal about this place? It was Sho that answered. Are you unaware of the giant robot they have outside? Sho pointed behind them, and then looked at the scrap in the warehouse. Or the giant robot arm they're currently working on. Is that a saw blade launcher? Yes it is, Mei shouted with excitement. But it can do more than that. It can also launch pizza. Oh, and my special villain capturing babies. This baby can hit a target at 200 meters and only break a few bones. Katsuki blinked, then sighed into his hand, his body visibly deflating a bit. Right? I guess those aren't exactly legal. Plus there's our parts. Mei, Otto shouted. Stop telling everything to your boyfriend. But he's strong. Oh, we can use him to train. Oh, and honey, Izuku could swear he saw Katsuki's soul leave his body. You can get stronger fighting our robots. How'd we never think of this before? Anyways, Izuku clapped his hands again. I'm not going to tell you can't do this anymore. No matter what, the old deal still stands with me, but I would like for you to be a part of the Amagi. Otto. Otto scratched the back of his head and gave a great big sigh. I mean, I kind of figured you were going to be asking me this, but, it puts me in a bind, you know. Otto scratched the back of his head and gestured towards the robot stuff. All this is great, it's my passion and my hobby. But that? He gestured towards Katsuki's leg. That's my pride and my livelihood. I can't just ignore all my contracts with the HSPC and other orgs. He thought this might be the case. Otto wasn't a criminal in the same way Asami, Saramaru, or even Ent were. He was just a guy that needed a bit more breathing room outside the law. And I'm not asking you to give up on that stuff. I'm not going to tell you you can't give heroes limbs, or keep making support gear. Izuku gave a soft laugh and pointed back to the yard just a few feet away. And I'm sure as hell not going to be asking you to stop making robots for the pit. Part of the reason why the Hatsums were more or less protected was precisely because of how much revenue their robots brought the fighting pit. Plus, his grandmother liked Otto. I'm asking that you extend some of that. He gestured towards the robot parts and support items that littered the workshop. To the Amagi. We're going to need it going forward. The fuck? Katsuki growled, tapping his foot on the ground. Why the fuck would you need this kind of tech for? Well, given how my guys, Izuku gestured at Eva, who flexed, a smile appearing on her face while her short red hair bounced a bit. Have been busy cleaning up all the villain groups that have been popping up in my territory, so that the heroes don't have to. I think we could use a bit of help. I mean, right now I'm mostly relying on Tanaka and Eva. Though, by now they actually had even more fighters thanks to their efforts of unifying the branches in the Amagi. His grandmother had done well to keep the Amagi together, but she hadn't really been able to keep it whole. And there were even a few new recruits that were looking to join. From dropouts to those looking to keep the community safe, and even a few wannabe heroes that couldn't get into a school. But not all of them were capable fighters, or had quirks that were as simple and straightforward as Tanaka's or Eva's. That doesn't explain why you're trying to arm literal criminals. Katsuki glared, his arms crossed, while Mei stood by his side fiddling with some mechanical component. Izuku took a sharp breath. It was a mistake to have this conversation in front of Katsuki, but he understood why he was saying this. Even he was apprehensive about it in that regard. If there wasn't a need for it, he wouldn't be asking for it. But something was coming. Something big. It's more complicated than you think. I'm just trying to protect my territory and the people that live in it. I'm not going to be an idiot and start a war. Izuku shook his head and glanced towards Otto. Look, I already told you about All for One, and believe me, being in the underworld, I'm more aware of what's happening than you are, especially since you're still stuck in classes most of the day. The redness on Katsuki's ears was telling. Villain groups are organizing and growing, they're getting bolder. We still don't know where those Nomu things came from, but I do know that they want something that's mine. He glanced back to Eva, who was standing with pride, a great big smile on her normally stoic and stubborn face. He didn't know why they wanted her, but he wasn't going to let her go through that again. Not that she needed much protection. At this point Izuku was pretty sure that if a car hit Eva on the highway, the car would be the worst one off. Maybe even a large truck. And that's not all, there's something out there organizing them. There's Detnerat out there giving villains gear, and Mei dropped her gizmo, her golden eyes going wide as her crosshairs zoomed in and out as she focused on Izuku. Otto placed a large hand on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed tightly. Did you say Detnerat? Otto asked in a shaky voice. His normally jovial mode had been completely replaced by a caustic mixture of sadness and rage. It was an emotion that Izuku was familiar with, the same kind of rage he felt towards Kai over Hanabi. Izuku nodded slowly. What's that Quirk specialty company got to do with this? Katsuki raised an eyebrow, while reaching down to squeeze Mei's hand. Our parents were in competition with them. Otto closed his eyes, his hand squeezing tight onto Izuku's shoulders. I remember calls to my mother about trying to buy the business, about patents, lawsuits, and so much more. Otto took a deep angry breath, and then opened his eyes. I don't have any proof, but I know that it was Detnerat that caused the explosion that killed our parents. Mei nodded in agreement. They tried to show up and recruit us too, but, because of you guys, they haven't been able to do anything. And because of Otto's contracts, he isn't in competition with them, but I've gotten a few offers at science fairs and school. Izuku covered his mouth and let the revelation sink in. It felt wrong to use his friend's emotions like this, but if it could get Otto and Mei to be a part of the Amagi, then that would just help with what was to come. I don't know if we'll be able to dig up what Detnerat did to your family, but I am going after them. Bastards nearly cost him his life. Izuku extended his hand and smiled. You don't have to join the Amagi, not yet at least, but if you want in, I'd be happy to have you. Otto's hand completely engulfed his, and they had a quick, firm shake. Going from vigilante to Yakuza in less than a month felt like something he should have had a bit more resistance towards. Nishi Toyonobu scratched at the scuff on his chin and glanced down the road, as a sleek black car began to make its way down towards the compound. At this point, he was already far too old to really be playing the role of thug. Hell, his beard was half orange and half gray at this point, but at least he hadn't started losing his hair yet. He also wasn't the kind of person that belonged in a suit, or even a dress shirt for that matter. It just felt wrong. Not the clothes were fine, and his daughter said that daddy looked good, so that put a bit of an extra hop in his step. It was the whole Yakuza thing. It was the fact that out of nowhere, the Amagi had just appeared and did what the heroes wouldn't, protect the poor areas. Many of the villains that had plagued his hometown were now arrested or just gone, and the street gangs that used to tear up the businesses were subdued. His daughter now felt safe at school, and even more, she felt safe walking to and from school. Much of it was because of that girl, Eva, that had shown up and cleaned out in a way that no hero could. She was half his age and could kick 10 times as much ass. But it wasn't just his hometown, it was everywhere in the Amagi's territory. It was like his new boss, this kid called Izuku Midoriya, had appeared and put all the other criminals and villains into a chokehold. And the few times that Nishi had actually seen Izuku, he still couldn't grasp the how. The why he could. Izuku seemed like a nice kid, even if he was covered head to toe in tats, but he was just genuine, easy to read, and good-natured. With a Yakuza like that, who needed heroes? That was part of the reason why Nishi had agreed to join up. He wouldn't be committing any crimes directly, at least, none that he hadn't been committing during his after-hours stints of vigilantism. And he'd even get a pretty paycheck to boot. Sure, that paycheck had its problems, but it was no different from any other after-hours, underfeedable job. He was used to not asking where the money came from, but he had a feeling he knew where most of it was coming from. Nishi glanced at the car as it came to a slow stop in front of the compound, and decided that now would be a good time for a cigarette, as he had a feeling whoever was in that car was going to make him need one. He was right, as the car came to a stop and an ashen-haired woman stepped out from the driver's side, a police badge dangling around her neck plain for all to see. Of course the police were going to show up today. Fuck, what was he supposed to do? His orders had been simple: don't let anyone in that wasn't supposed to be in. Thing is, most of the ones that were supposed to be in were already in, escorted by some of the upper crust like Tanaka, Sho, Eva, Ida, or Saramar. They were discussing something big in there, something that no one that wasn't supposed to know was supposed to know about. And it was Nishi's job to keep it that way. He took in a deep drag of his cigarette and looked towards his partner for the night, Ippo, another former vigilante that had been working in another town not too far from Nishi's. They both went from cracking skulls to standing in front of doors looking tough in such a short amount of time. Part of him wondered if Ippo was having the same thoughts as he was. Ippo stood from the seat just inside the gate and stepped out beside Nishi, putting on a strong front, while their third, Emru, sat just inside, hand on the comms device in case trouble started. The pretty-looking officer stopped in front of them. Despite the sun already flirting with the horizon, her sunglasses remained on as she looked at them. They should have gotten some scarier-looking guys to be the doormen, or at least someone taller, because this officer didn't even flinch. She just placed a hand on her hip, holding her briefcase in the other. She said slowly, looking between the two of them. Both knew. Maybe. Nishi smiled and took his cigarette out of his mouth. There was something about pretty ladies that just made him smile. Maybe not. Was that cool? It felt cool. His daughter might be confused though. Who are you? Ippo asked, then looked at her badge. Wait, doesn't matter. The officer sighed. Look, you're really new here. Didn't anyone tell you about me? She pulled off her sunglasses and hooked them into her shirt. I'm Essie Tatsuma, the Amagi's police handler, and I need to talk to Izuku. Look, I'm sure you're telling the truth, Miss Tatsuma, but we weren't told that a cop was coming. Nishi rolled his cigarette between his fingers, partially anxious because he'd never had a good run-in with a cop before. It wasn't that the cops were bad, they just, well, to them, a vigilante was as bad as any other criminal. Did you not call or anything? She sighed and pinched her nose. No, we needed to have this discussion in person. It's important. And I know Izuku's in there. Well, besides the fact that this was technically his home and the Amagi's base, but from what Nishi'd heard, Izuku's been going all over the place trying to turn the Amagi from a rumor to something more legitimate. And it was already past the line as far as Nishi was concerned. Look, I'm sure you're here for a reason. Nishi held up his hand and tried to calm her down. But unless you got a warrant or something, we don't have to let you in. Am I something enough? A tall, scrawny, blonde-haired man wearing a leather jacket and jeans strode in from behind Issei, having exited the car while they were talking. He seemed familiar, like Nishi had seen him before. Revelation hit him like a truck and Nishi dropped his cigarette to the ground. All Might? The man nodded. I would also like to speak with young Midoriya if possible. Ippo stuttered, glancing between Nishi, the gate, and All Might. Nishi ground his teeth. Shit, he had no idea what to do with this. Sure, All Might was retired, and while most heroes didn't care about the poorer areas, All Might did. He just couldn't be everywhere. Can I get a reason why? All Might took off his sunglasses, exposing his bright blue eyes, and glanced up towards the sky. I knew his father well, and would like to speak with him. Now's really not the best time. Nishi cracked out a nervous laugh. We need to do this now. All Might said in a firm voice. We can't risk letting the villains gain an upper hand. Se nodded at his side. Nishi scratched the back of his head and sighed. Some doorman he was. All right, fine, let me see if we can get someone to respond first. If you're going to crash the party, I'd at least like to give them enough time to hide the booze. He probably could have said that better. XXXX. Ori had been right. Getting a tattoo during this meeting was more of a power move than it was disrespectful. Hell, somehow, despite everything that had happened recently, this was the moment that really cemented the fact that he was now a Yakuza boss. There was a rush that came from sitting there with his yuka pulled off his shoulder as Ori slowly inked his shoulder. Be it the attention he was receiving from the others during this meeting or the attention he was receiving from Ori, it was hard not to enjoy himself at the moment. So, Izuku smiled at his crew. The feast they had prepared for the meeting was all but eaten, and many of them had taken to conversing amongst themselves as the details of their plan for taking on Detnerat were slowly being worked out. Taking them down wouldn't be without risk, and that excited Izuku a bit, but the main draw was his confidence in this plan. It was going to be his first time leveraging all that the Amagi had to offer. They weren't just striking from a single angle either. With how the public was already looking, it wouldn't take much for them to turn against the rat-faced president of Detnerat, Rikiya Yatsubashi, and with a slight push, the asshole might end up in prison. We're all clear on what we need to do? Izuku asked as all eyes fell upon him. Saramaru was the first to speak up from his seat near Asumi, the business-minded woman practically salivating over what was to come. It'll take a while to get the money laundered for this, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem with the police occupied. Despite the large sums of cash that the Amagi had at their disposal, making it actually usable was a bit problematic, hence the 100 or so shops that the Amagi ran to launder that money. While the police and heroes might turn a blind eye to a few of their crimes, the feds were all too eager to seize ill-gotten gains. It was something that Izuku wouldn't have thought of until it was too late. Thankfully, he was surrounded by experts. Hazel's also good to go, Sho said, pulling his phone away from his ear to nod. She said the hard part would be making the leaks look believable. Izuku nodded, then glanced towards Otto, who had for the most part been silent as he munched on the food. Have her keep looking. I want everything that Detnerat has done to be dragged out into the sun by the time this is over. Otto looked towards Izuku and gave a short nod of appreciation, but remained silent. He was invested, that was good. Hopefully he'd be able to get some form of revenge out of all this. All right then, for now we'll... He stopped as the door to the meeting room opened up and one of the new workers stepped in. His face was completely covered with shame as he led and a tall, blonde-haired man into the room. Izuku recognized All Might instantly, even if he was mildly decrepit. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? He asked, with a hand on her hip as she smiled. Nope, but you're late for the feast. Izuku laughed, and gestured for the others to stand up. They were mostly done anyway. Sorry I didn't invite you, see, but I figured you were busy doing other things. He sighed and pinched her nose. Sad thing is I can't tell if you're being serious or not. But he watched as the new recruit slunk around behind the others and then kneeled down beside Izuku, placing his head down slightly. Sorry, I know you said that no one should disturb you, but, it's fucking All Might. Honestly, if All Might wanted to show up, I'm pretty sure I would have let him. Izuku laughed and extended his hand at the older man. He had ginger hair that was peppered with spots of white, giving him a tough, aged look. If Izuku remembered right, he was one of the former vigilantes. Nishi, right? Yeah, that's me. Nishi said in a harsh voice. I mean, yes, sir. Don't sweat it so much, thanks for bringing them in. Nishi nodded then backed away from the tables. Okay. Izuku clapped his hands and smiled at even as Ori dug her needle deep into his shoulder. Her frantic stabbing was equal parts relaxing as it was painful. He wondered what she was working on, but recently she'd just been claiming to be finishing up some details on his tattoos. See, All Might, what brings you here? All eyes turned towards the cop and hero duo that felt so out of place here, and Izuku was half afraid that someone might try to do something. Izuku, stepped forward. We have a request for you. Oh, what is it? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Part of their deal was that he helped out when asked, but there might still be things that he would be unwilling to do. All Might stepped forward, a deep frown on his face. I believe this is something that is best spoken about in private. Izuku sighed and locked eyes with All Might. Having you ask something is pretty close to cheating, you know? He looked around the room and saw that all eyes were on him. None of them would move just because All Might asked. That was good, though he wasn't quite sure what he did to earn that respect just yet. Maybe it was just built into Yakuza culture? Fine. Izuku placed his hand on Ori's to get her to stop. He stood and gave a small bow towards his subordinates. Thank you all for coming. I'll be sure to keep in contact with you all, but for now, please leave me with the room. Everyone but Eva and Ori stood up. They all gave a slightly deeper bow than he did and made for the exit. Once everyone cleared out, Izuku sat back down and gestured for Issei and All Might to do the same. Alright, so what is it? The girls? All Might asked as he made for one of the cushions closer to Izuku. It's fine, Issei said. We'll probably have to convince them before Izuku agrees to anything. You're damn right, Ori huffed as she scooted away from Izuku. Her own kimono could have been a perfectly respectable and refined piece had she worn it properly. Instead, just like Izuku himself, her upper arm was out, exposing her shoulder and the sports bra she had elected to wear. She had wanted to go with a serrure, but Eva refused to go near her with tape. I get the feeling you guys want something stupid. Stupid bad. Eva nodded and crossed her arms, joining in Ori's protests. Izuku chuckled and sat back down. I'm sure it's not stupid. Why was he the reasonable one? But, since All Might is here, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like what you have to say. Issei winced and placed her briefcase down. You're not wrong. Well, Izuku looked between the two and then shrugged. What is it? We want you to go to prison, All Might said in a firm voice. Specifically Tartarus? Izuku felt his stomach drop for a moment as he attempted to parse that. Okay, it wasn't that bad. They probably just didn't plan out how to handle this at all. He should be diplomatic and attempt. I'm sorry, he said in a shaky voice. Fucking what? As far as plans went, the Detnerat takedown and public defacement of its owner Rikiya Yatsubashi was about as subtle as a punch to the face. If they were aware of it, then they could simply block or dodge out of the way. Sure, they might still get hit, but the damages wouldn't be too bad, and they could even repay in kind. But, if they didn't see it coming, then they would be biting the curb with the Amaji's boot on their throat. A swift, brutal, and exceptionally painful execution. Fitting for the Yakuza. And Otto was all for it. For most of his life, he had just simply dealt with the fact that Detnerat had elected to get rid of his parents and that their cult-like employees had all been more than willing to commit the act. Even with his Quirk and his and May's combined mechanical expertise, they were effectively powerless against that company. No one would listen to them. No one even cared. They were just a couple of junk dogs too erratic for life on Island, but too valuable to just forget about. He had forgotten just how frustrated he was with everything. He had forgotten that he ground his teeth whenever he saw any Detnerat products. Izuku had shown up, the calm smile of a friend on his face even as he carried himself as the young Yakuza boss that he was. The evolution had been quick, almost frighteningly so. It was as though whatever Izuku had been before was his unnatural state, like using a flat head screwdriver on a hex screw. Sure, it could work, but it wasn't what it was meant to do. But, now that Izuku was as Yakuza as he could get, it was like seeing someone be 100% true to themselves. A bit like Mimi or even Tanaka. It was Izuku that had reminded him of the anger that he held, and gave him a chance to lash out against them. Otto tapped his fingers against the locked case he was carrying, the bio lock giving a soft hum. It was an experimental battery of his own making, once again fueled by his own blood. It worked well for their robots for the arena, but getting its approval outside of that was a nightmare. He had to go through the Civilian Quirk Safety Commission for all uses of his blood, which was standard fare as far as support items went. Larger companies such as Detnerat had less trouble, and because May was enrolled in UA, she had even less of a problem getting her babies greenlit. But that wasn't all that was in the case. Hazel, another Amaji affiliate, had worked to create a bug that would allow them access to the company's intranet and all the secrets it held. More than that was a couple of crows from Izuku. Otto pulled at the collar of his suit. The expensive, tailor-made suit was something that he had only worn a couple of times, and he hated it. He wasn't built for them. He just looked like a massive 8-ball that got gum stuck on it, and it represented the corporate life that had robbed him and May of their parents. But this was for his part of the plan. This was all he could do. This was all he was willing to do. If he went too far, did too much, it would be his boot on Rikiya's neck. He once again looked towards the receptionist that was doing a damn good job of ignoring him while the other applicants all looked far more nervous than he was. It was like a miniature science fair with how many gadgets and gizmos were currently being held tight to each person's chest. Honestly, he felt a bit silly with how his case was currently handcuffed to his wrist, but then again, his was explosive. Rikiya Yatsubashi came walking into the reception area with a wide smile on his face, his eyes instantly locking onto Otto even as all the other applicants stood up to greet their hopeful boss. Otto, Rikiya swung his arms out wide, his eyes closed tight as he smiled. My boy, it's been far too long. All the other contestants looked at Rikiya, then towards Otto who was the only one still sitting. Stay calm. Stay calm. He felt a pulse, like the drop of water in a still pond writing everything inside of him. It came from the tattoo that was a gift from Ori and a tool for the mission. A simple pond on his back that would help him stay cool, calm, and collected. He never expected it to work so well. Otto stood as the others sat and smiled at the man who he wanted to punch. It sure has, sir. Sir? Rikiya laughed and stepped to the side, his arms still held out wide. Come now, your legacy. Just call me boss, or maybe just Mr. Rikiya like you used to? He never did that. Sure thing, boss. Otto nodded and pressed forward, moving towards the area that Rikiya had just gestured towards. You'll get used to it. Now then, what did you bring me? Rikiya asked, eyeing the suitcase with a hungry look. It was a look that 9 times out of 10 Otto could relate to. This was the 1 in 10. What you've been after? Oh, goody. Rikiya clapped his hands and then looked back towards the other applicants. He paused for a moment, bouncing between his feet before he glanced back towards the secretary. Shio dear, find someone to evaluate these fine gentlemen for me while I tend to Otto here. Yes, sir, right away, sir. The secretary was on the phone before Otto even turned around. They walked through the long hallway towards an elevator. There was no doubt that they were going to Rikiya's office. You know, I've been waiting for you to come around for quite some time, Rikiya hummed as they walked down the hallway. I had almost given up after you refused unlimited funding for 3 years in a row, and with your sister going to UA as well, I thought I'd never get my hands on you. So, what made you change your mind? Revenge. Well, you know the new regulations for support gear and the... Yes, the new CQSC laws for products made using quirks. Rikiya tapped on his bald spot and snapped his fingers. That's caused us quite a bit of headache, and we're a public company. I can't imagine what it's like for you. It's a headache, Otto admitted. Well, it was for anything but his prosthetics. Those more or less got greenlit instantly by the HPSC or any other hero management system. Now to sell it. Now to really sell it. I just wish that I could be able to use my own quirk freely. He was almost speaking from the bottom of his heart. Don't we all? Rikiya tapped on Otto's back as they arrived at the elevator just as it was coming down. Don't we all? The elevator opened, and a familiar purple-haired man stepped out. He looked tired, and there were several gaudy rings along his fingers. Hitoshi, Rikiya gave a small frown. I thought you were staying longer? The purple-haired man gave a small shrug. Something came up. So be it, we can continue our talk some other time. Hitoshi? Why did it feel like Otto had seen him before? XXXX. So what do you think this guy did? Kafka Hibiko leaned back in the chair as he scratched at the stubble on his chin. He should probably shave before his fiancée Ashiro got back from her trip. But at the same time, she apparently liked it when he looked a bit rugged or manly. Another few months and they'd be away on their honeymoon, sipping drinks at a beach without a single villain to be seen. Leno, his junior and the one that had been doing all the work today, scratched at his head. Much like Kafka himself, Leno was a hero wannabe, but instead of doing something with their lives they ended up here, watching over the worst of the worst in Tartarus. Well, it says here he's not actually a villain. Another hero? Kafka asked, looking at the scanner as it did its job at detecting everything that was happening within the kid's body. Maybe a vigilante. I don't think a hero would have tats like that. Says here they're apparently his quirk. Leno groaned as he passed the file over to Kafka and then leaned forward towards the mic. Arms up please, we're going to be getting a photo of your tattoos now. If you send me a photo I can get the artist to sign it. The voice that came back through the mic wasn't as cold as any of the other villains that had been brought in. If anything, it sounded like this guy was having a blast. And that didn't sit well with Kafka. He glanced over the boy's folder. 18 years old. Way too young to be locked up in here. And what was with this sentence? TBD? To be decided? What the hell did this kid do to get locked up here and not have a sentence length? Even the worst of the worst got life, but for it to just be up in the air? That was just bizarre. What the? Leno muttered as he looked at the photos as they came through. He scrambled towards the button and activated the mic again. Why is there always a gorilla? Sorry about that. The boy laughed. A smile was clearly visible on his face as he stood there. Fully nude. What was with it and villains just not having modesty? Still, if he looked like this kid did, then he probably wouldn't bother with modesty either. Even if he was covered head to toe in tattoos. He's a bit of a camera hog. Sentient quirks, huh? Those were always a problem. And if it lived on the boy's skin, how were they going to neutralize that? Just clear him, the chief said from her seat behind them, her cold icy eyes locked onto the boys as though there weren't several inches of tinted bulletproof glass between them. Death Himura was someone that could have retired a century ago and everyone would have wondered what took her so long. Instead, the warden of Tartarus seemed hell-bent on making this place her tomb. He's our responsibility now. But his quirk, Leno scratched at his head. We don't have any information on it, and this is coming from the higher-ups? Death said coolly. He's here. Deal with it? Yes, ma'am. Kafka looked at the file once again. The criminal record was non-existent. Izuku Midoriya, things might get a bit interesting with him around. Despite how much capital the casino produced, it was pretty useless for a lot of things. Namely, anything that involved a bank in any way, shape, or form. Following the paper trail was something that had led to many organized crime families being caught. Eventually, they found a way to get around the problem, namely, money laundering, the process of turning dirty money into clean, usable cash. Saramaru drummed his fingers along the table as he waited for any sort of reply. The process that he had inherited from his grandfather had been a slow and steady one, channeling the cash through multiple fronts. Some had even grown into their own successful businesses in their own right, but most only existed to take in cash and then deposit that cash into their bank accounts. A lot of it went overseas as well, crossing through foreign banks and companies before coming back to them. Normally it wasn't a problem. Normally they would always have the cash on hand for whatever venture they needed to do. But Izuku's plan required a lot of cash that they simply didn't have on hand. And they needed it quick so that the other steps of the plan could go off without a hitch. And that bastard's relaxing in prison. Saramaru leaned back in his chair and stared up at the lavish red ceiling of his office. He thought that with the new leader, one that had actively gone out of his way to basically dismantle the Shai Hisaki, the Amagi would be doing something more. He thought that he'd be doing something more. Instead, he was sitting here trying to find out how the hell he was supposed to get enough money together to buy a fucking company. Well, not the whole company. That would require a lot more legal issues than they wanted to deal with, as mergers were looked at with scrutiny. While Detnarat was a publicly traded company, the owner, Rikiya Yatsubashi, still had the majority of stocks, which meant that they couldn't do a takeover that way. Banana? Eva, that strange red-headed girl that was apparently Izuku's number 2 girl and muscle, stood beside him, her green eyes looking at him with a bemused look on her face. In her hand was the fruit that everyone and their mothers seemed to try to give him at least once in their life. No thanks. Saramaru sat back up and examined his computer again. I prefer oranges. Eva nodded and shuffled over to the bowl of fruit that he had set out. It was hard to think that despite the fact that he had over a foot on her, this little girl could probably throw him from the bottom of the tower all the way to the top. She was probably the 3rd most graceful fighter after himself and Sho. Of course, much of that was probably due to the fact that Eva had by far the most tattoos on her with the exception of Izuku. More than anything, she was a testament to the fact that Ori's tattoos being pseudo-magical wasn't just bullshit. How else could a girl with a grip strength that would make a gorilla sweat be able to grab an orange and start peeling it with such ease? Maybe he should get some more tattoos from Ori. His hand went to his neck where he had gotten the symbol of the Amagi etched into his skin. Maybe those additional tattoos could wait, considering how much his first one hurt. It felt like Ori had been stabbing him for an hour. Traditional tattoos didn't hurt nearly that fucking much. Here, Eva handed him the peeled orange and then pulled up her phone again. Thanks. Saramaru grumbled as he stared too much at the orange. With Izuku being locked in prison for however the fuck long, it was his job to make sure that Eva didn't do anything too stupid. And it was her job to make sure he didn't do anything stupid either. Which was fair because everybody else was busy doing something. Hey, monkey, Eva's face twisted and she looked at him in the face. How much is this, by the way? Saramaru twisted with a whole orange slice in his mouth to look at Eva's phone as she held it up towards him. It was some mobile game. He'd played a few of them, even had an addiction to one once. This one wasn't as horny as the one he had, since the girl's breasts on the screen weren't twice the size of her head. If anything, it looked cute, more E for everyone. How much is what? This? Eva tapped on the screen and brought up the cash shop. $999.99. It was in USD. Which meant it was. That's a lot. A lot. Why? I bought it. Okay? Well, I don't think Izuku would be too annoyed. 10 times? Saramaru blinked. On the one hand, he needed to take away that phone from Eva and never let her near a credit card or gambling hall again. On the other hand, I think you just gave me a great idea. He turned to his computer but then stopped. Also, no more buying stuff. But I want the SSR Red Tiger lady. I'll help you in a minute. He grabbed his phone and pulled up Show's number. He could go to Hazel directly, but it was probably best to just go through Show first, just to make sure his idea wasn't crazy. Well, it was crazy, but it should work. The phone buzzed once. Show? Saramaru asked with a smile. How long do you think it would take Hazel to make a gacha game? I think I found a decent way to move a lot of money pretty easily. Turns out Hazel was more than willing to do so, and if the art was stolen, then it would take no time at all. Also, turned out the Red Tiger lady Eva wanted wasn't even out yet. XXXX. Tartarus wasn't the first or largest of the maximum security prisons in the world. America had Alcatraz, the ancient prison that had been reborn in the modern era, which housed many of the world's most dangerous villains before they were sentenced, often to death. Europe had Point Zero, an Arctic facility deep beneath the freezing polar waters. Then, there were also rumors of a hidden place designed by the creators of Island, where those that were too dangerous to be kept elsewhere were sent. Though, Island was just an urban legend. However, Tartarus was still considered the most dangerous of the prisons for two reasons. The first was Japan's lack of death penalty, though legislation was currently on the floor to make it legal for Tartarus inmates again, and the second was because of All Might. Nearly every villain in here was put in here by All Might himself. And technically, so was Izuku. He probably shouldn't be treating this like a field trip, but being here, inside Tartarus, was actually pretty cool. Despite the fact that he was going to be allowed to just walk out whenever his mission was done with. Not that they could really stop him from doing just that short of skinning him alive. Even then, his tattoos might still be a part of him. Though with the intellectual might of UA Support Department and Island, Izuku had no doubt that they could find a way to keep him locked up if they really wanted. Izuku stared at the lunch tray he had been given. Somehow, it was actually better than the school lunches he used to eat back in middle school, but still a far cry from the meals he had been enjoying recently. He squared his shoulders and headed towards one of the empty tables in the mess hall. He could feel the eyes of the guards following his every movement like spiders along his skin. His crows were already worked up, flowing around his upper body like an angry storm crow. Only his grandmother, Hanabi, and Shade, the cat that bonded him with Eva, were calm despite his current situation. Ryujin was restless, swinging around the near-endless jungle that Ori had created and crashing through the mountains beyond. Hisashi too raged just beneath his skin like a volcano moments away from erupting. He could feel his skin crawling as more than one prisoner was looking at him with a menacing glare. He was fresh meat after all. Yard time and communal eating were reserved for well-behaving prisoners and those that didn't have a rap sheet that said that they couldn't be given an inch. This made getting to and talking to All for One a bit of a challenge, but All Might had said that they would be able to take care of that part. Izuku had sat down and was just about to take his first bite when a petite, almost doll-like young woman sat beside him. Her eyes were a pale, placid purple and eerily large, while her hair was long, straight, and so dark it almost hurt to look at. Then across from her appeared her polar opposite. Large by normal standards, the muscular man had a head full of blonde hair and bright blue eyes that made him look like he belonged on a beach somewhere posing for a magazine. "You there," the man smiled cheerfully. "Do you know who I am?" "Should I?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "Told you," the woman said with a small smirk. "Bah," the man threw his head back. "Today's youth has no respect, I'm telling you." Izuku blinked, looking at the man who was frozen in his own dramatic pose for far too long before he took a bite to break the silence. "It's rude to eat in the middle of conversation." The man's accent was clear, but it was hard to place. It clearly wasn't American, maybe somewhere from Europe? "It's also rude to interrupt someone while they're eating." The man smiled. "So it is, newbie, so it is?" The woman nodded. "Anyways, some introductions are in order. I'm Pacifist," the man pointed towards himself with pride. "And this is Mercy." Now that sounded familiar. Izuku blinked and looked towards the woman on his left who was slowly sipping the gruel-like soup she had been given. She was Mercy. Her quirk was the stuff of nightmares because of how subtle it was. It granted people death. All it took was for them to desire death around her, and they would simply die. She had claimed the life of over 100 students simply by walking by during a rainy day in cram season. "Ah, so you know her then?" Mercy smiled and gave both Izuku and Pacifist the peace sign. "Yeah, I've heard of her." Izuku nodded and frowned. "Not sure why she's here though. A wee bit of a mistake on our part, you see." Pacifist drummed his hands along the table and frowned. "Bit off more than we could chew with a contract, and then blammo, we're locked up. No idea why I'm getting the Supermax treatment though. Why is that? Haven't you killed a bunch of people?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "Wah," the man gave a giant belly laugh that had several guards on edge. "What do you think the name Pacifist means? You think I earned it by murdering everyone I saw? Here's a hint. Much like my darling partner over there, I can't turn my quirk off. It makes it so that I can't kill anything." Pacifist pointed two thick fingers at Izuku. "Any damage I actually do to anything just gets turned into more and more pain. I could blast you right in the nuts with a shotgun and you wouldn't even bleed, but you'd wish you were dying. Works on me too, so I'm going to die of sickness or old age. Probably sickness, since needles don't work on me." Izuku was starting to understand why these two were partners. "I've always wondered what would happen if I dropped a nuke or something." Pacifist leaned back and shrugged. "But, enough gloating. Why exactly are you here, newbie?" Izuku opened his mouth and stopped for a moment as he took in the room for a moment. There were more people now, a couple of villains he recognized, though most weren't actually villains, Xeros gone bad, cult leaders, and other individuals that had quirks too dangerous for traditional prisons. There were two that caught his attention. A woman with pink and purple hair that was cut short and whose right arm was held in a brace, Nagant, a hero gone bad, and then there was the perfect example of why he was in here. "Why don't you ask Kai over there why?" the man in question screamed, sending food flying as his cheap prosthetic hands flailed about the place. "Thanks. Normally that's what my victims do." Pacifist smiled broadly. "What did you do to him?" Izuku shrugged and pulled on the collar of his shirt for a moment. "I took him to the jungle for a bit. They had to have given Kai a lunch the same time as him purely to help him out with his cred." Izuku certainly wasn't complaining. Judging by the looks the other inmates gave him, it was working already. This was such fucking bullshit. No, it was worse than that. It wasn't bullshit, it was a literal human fucking turd that had somehow been moved to the urinal where it had been used as target practice by guys that couldn't aim their fucking dick. And for some fucking reason, he was the one that had to deal with that steaming fucking shit. Katsuki growled as he stomped through the rain. The sudden downpour had already soaked through his boots. The mechanical leg that May's brother had made allowed him to feel just how much water had gotten in his sock, almost better than his still fleshy foot. A heavy cost for wanting to be a hero, and he hadn't even graduated yet. Katsuki, best genius voice carried over his earpiece. Despite the sudden downpour, there was hardly even a crackle in the radios. "We're at the meeting place. Where are you?" His warden was checking in again. Somehow he had gotten stuck with a hero that had a stick shoved so far up their ass they thought that everyone else in the world needed one as well. Not that best genist couldn't take that stick out and beat people with it, but he was so books that Katsuki wondered how he ever did anything. "Sorry," he muttered into the mic on his collar as he turned down a dark alley that did nothing to shelter him from the storm. "I received a tip from an old lady, and that old lady's name was Izuku fucking Midoriya." Seriously, just because they were and arguably still were friends of some kind of flavor did not give that fucking Yakuza boss the right to ask him to do fucking anything. Seriously, how the hell did that fucking even happen anyways? They were the same age, barely out of high school, sure, Katsuki knew the how, and basically every single fucking why, but, just holy shit. Apparently Inko told Izuku that he couldn't get a tattoo, which basically meant that Izuku couldn't be a hero with how his quirk worked. It was part of the reason why Katsuki had zero fucking pity for Inko when Izuku ran away. He'd do the same if his mom said he couldn't be a hero. But apparently that led Izuku to becoming a Yakuza boss. "I'm going to check it out." Katsuki didn't even try to hide his annoyance. Thankfully for Izuku, he had a terminal case of resting bitch voice, which meant that he always sounded like he was annoyed. "A tip?" Best Genist asked. "Yeah, apparently she overheard some thugs talking about a deal to get some support items." "Understood. Report this sooner next time. I'm sending someone to your location. If the buyers are there, don't engage. We'll need police permission to intervene with a deal like that." Katsuki nodded, mostly to himself. He understood the laws and protocols well, and he had even read the book twice just to make sure that he wouldn't fuck up somewhere along the line. It was his thoroughness that had given Genist the confidence to allow him to go on solo patrols to begin with. So, the fact that his first real bust was coming as a tip/favor/henchmaning for a Yakuza boss was already starting to piss him off. Even if these guys were criminals, and even if Katsuki was technically doing the right thing by listening to this tip, the fact that it was falling into Izuku's stupid fucking corporate takeover revenge bullshit that he didn't even know what the fuck was even fucking going on was such fucking bullshit that he wanted to punch literally anything in the face as hard as he fucking could. Preferably something cute. Not Mei though. Scratch that, he wanted to find something ugly and fuck it up so much it became as cute as Mei. Damn it. Why was he thinking about her? Stupid big-mouthed girlfriend. Katsuki took in a deep breath and stared up at the warehouse that on any other day he wouldn't have given two pisses about. Even if he didn't have the sound of the pounding rain blocking out all but the loudest of thoughts, he probably wouldn't even know if there was something happening inside. Even so, this was the place, this was the time, all he had to do was go in there and check. Breaking into a building was not normally something a hero was allowed to do. But, hey, companies generally weren't allowed to sell support items to villains either. It had been a hot topic recently about how so many support items were supposedly appearing in the hands of villains. There had been police investigations into it, and the widely accepted theory was that there was someone on the black market that was making everything. According to Izuku, it was Detnerat. Katsuki looked at the windows. It wouldn't be too hard to climb in through those if all else failed. The door was one of those heavy one-way doors with a button combo. But the large garage door? Well, he could see the lock just sitting there, right on top of a can in half an inch of water. Fuck it. With a shrug, he tossed the garage door open as loud as possible. Oops, who would have expected that to make so much noise? The suit looked at him with a rapidly growing frown, as he was currently holding a lot of money while a handful of thug-looking guys were all but drooling over some potentially destructive support items. Oh, well, here I was looking to get out of the rain. What a surprise to find a bunch of rats. XXXX. Heroin training Katsuki Bakugu discovered the sale of prototype support items to a group of villains that were likely planning on robbing a bank. After investigation from the police, it was determined that the seller was an employee from Detnerat, a well-loved company that has been among the top-rated for both consumers and employees. President Ento Rikia Yatsubashi had this to say. Well, this ought to be good. Wacken rolled his shoulders and he stared at the television. Normally he found himself frowning at the news as the world just kind of spiraled downward. But this certainly put one hell of a smile on his face. Let's see, what was the excuse? The company would accept responsibility for their employee, claim that they'll undergo some internal review, and make a promise that they'll soon be back better than ever? Best part about it was that the Amagi were the cause of it. Hanabi believed that Payback should be one hell of a bitch. No doubt she'd be laughing her ass off at the news and shaking Izuku's shoulder at a well-done blow. But things were only half over for the company. By the end of it, Rikiya would be lucky if he ended up behind bars. It brings us great shame at Detnarat and Feel Good Incorporated to see one of our employees selling these prototypes. Rikiya dabbed at the top of his balding head as cameras flashed around him. As the president, responsibility falls upon me alone, and we will be conducting internal reviews to find the source of this problem and root it out to prevent future events such as this from unfolding. Rest assured, Detnarat is still devoted to providing top-quality products, and we shall rise above this. Called it. The TV shifted back to the reporter with some stock images going on behind her. Despite Mr. Yatsubashi's words, stocks for Detnarat have fallen sharply as consumer faith in the company is at an all-time low. Many are questioning just how many of the support items villains have been using of late have come from the company. It remains to be seen what legal actions will be taken against the company. At the rates things were going, it wouldn't be long now until they could just buy close enough to the majority within the company. Wacken sat forward, rolling his shoulders and glancing over toward Sho. The kid was well on his way to being Izuku's right-hand man, just as Wacken had once been for Hanabi. The young boy had been on his phone for the past hour making sure that their corporate takeover was going well. Hanabi would be so proud of her grandson. For the first time in over a decade, the Amagi was going to expand their operations drastically, and with a sizable company coming under their wings. They've already played their cards, now all they had to do was wait for their opponent to fold. "How's Tanaka doing?" Wacken asked, breaking the smooth silence that was only interrupted by the TV. "Fine," Sho commented without looking up. "He's moving to the new position. Apparently the report has caused all of their underground interactions to be shifted, but thanks to Hazel's bug, we have access to most of that. Are we sure this won't alert the enemy to our motives? It might, but at the same time, we're going to be ripping their masks off even more now. Some of these shipments are on the level of the military. Besides, even if they do find out we're acting against them, there's not much they'll be able to do to retaliate against us. We aren't in the stock market." Wacken gave a short nod. "Still, I suppose it's worth the risk to strike while the iron is hot." "Yep, pile on the bad press and watch them crumble." Sho looked from his phone and smiled. "Hopefully by the time Izuku's out of prison, we'll be able to give him a new company. Shouldn't be much longer now." XXXX. "Who the fuck leaked us?" His arms swelled with stress as he flung his chair to the side, causing it to shatter against the wall. His fellow Meta Liberation members hardly even batted an eye. They were actually being productive, attempting to find out where the leak came from, and just in general who would dare to do so. "Skeptic, I thought all the sales were scheduled to happen with your Quirk? Especially after that encounter with Hitoshi and his Tokyo clan goons. The brat had promise, that was for sure, and Rikiya had been scouting him as a potential member of the MLA for a bit now. The boy's Quirk could have a lot of uses, especially if properly supported. But none of that mattered now as Hitoshi didn't have anywhere near that level of information, nor was the brat stupid enough to try something, since his little boy's club benefited so much from Rikiya's generosity." Skeptic barely looked up from his laptop and gave a deep frown. "I couldn't be everywhere at once, and I was too busy preparing for the clash with the League of Villains to even bother with that. Years of stress management were quickly being eroded by this. There's a decent chance that it was the villains that leaked the location. I wouldn't put it past them to actually be bragging about it near an old lady like that hero kid said." Curious spoke in a calm voice. "I'm more than a bit interested in that Katsuki Bakugo kid, though. It could have been Otto." Trumpet chimed in. "Otto?" Rikiya felt his shoulders slump as he thought about it. The kid was talented, and his Quirk was worth more than his weight in gold, but he also had reason for wanting to get revenge. "We've only had a meeting in my office where he showed me some prototypes. My eyes were on him constantly, there was no way that he could. Fuck, Skeptic shouted and banged his hands against their meeting table. Fuck fuck fuck. What? Rikia asked. Did you find something? A bug? A leak? Worse, Skeptic grabbed his laptop and turned it sharply for Rikia to see. They were on the news again. One of their trucks had been flipped, and its contents were scattered along the roadside. It wasn't the prototypes they sold to the villains. Nothing that damning, but it was still heavily regulated stuff. If they'd had their good standing, they could have played it off, but with current events. Previously, Izuku was arrested in order to get close to AFO and find out what he's planning in Tartarus. Using his phasing cat tattoos, he's able to easily move about the prison and meets Nagant. They talk. He mentions her siblings Mei and Otto, and she misses them. Naturally, he just puts her in his tattoos and takes her with him. Izuku meets AFO. AFO mocks Izuku. Izuku says, "You killed my father." AFO laughs. Something something Yakuza pathetic something something. AFO doesn't offer anything, but says that he can still see Izuku. Izuku's phase cat acts on its own, moves over and swipes at AFO's face, damaging the status Quirk AFO stole from Ragdoll. Phase cat could do a lot of things that were basically bullshit. It was like 10 quirks in one. Tattoos OP. AFO screams and starts to swear at Izuku. Izuku decides that it's time to leave and heads home. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang are going to take down Deltrat, Detonalot? That one company run by the big nose guy. Shinsho is in league with him, they're supplying the gang weapons and other things. The takeover consists of exposing a lot of the bad stuff that Detonalot is doing via hacks, a train robbery, various other things like an Ocean 11 movie. Detonalot starts to go bankrupt, and then using the Amaji's considerably wealth, Otto buys the company in the midst of a fallout and Long Nose gets arrested as all of the dirt on him is revealed. Mei gets a really big lab and starts to laugh manically. Katsuki is there, and he wonders if he's the sane one in their relationship as Mei had just gotten a multi-billion-dollar lab to make a giant robot in. At this point, my author note at the bottom is the Pacific Rim theme song. Reunion with Nagant, tears and stuff, and Nagant gets a new identity, where she works for both Izuku and Otto. Essie isn't happy about this, but All Might thinks that Izuku did as well as he could have minus the prison breaking of a dangerous criminal. Izuku x Ori Lemon. They fuck while she inks him up even more. Minor war with Shinsho's Tokyo clan. Tokyo clan gets their ass kicked for a lot of reasons and they get disbanded again as Shinsho ends up working with Izuku as an uneasy ally that starts to warm up. A bit like Vegeta to Goku. Honestly, I regret the Shinsho twist of Blood Ink. It really didn't fit the story. Time skip to winter. Izuku is inked the fuck out and things are running smoothly for the Amaji. He catches wind of the hero attack against the League of Villains and the Nomu. Stuff happens in canon. Katsuki swears at Izuku to help them out. Izuku does because part of him still wants to be a hero. Gigantomachia shows up, he's heading right for Amaji territory. Not on Izuku's watch. Ori calls Izuku, tells him to call it out, he's confused. She says, Jormungandr. Izuku nearly passes out as his entire body lurches, the color draining from his skin. And Ori says, by the way, you should marry me because I'm pregnant and Eri is a good reason to have a kid. Plus, think about what'll happen to my tits. Absolutely massive snake of ink with the monkey riding on top of its head shows up and battles against Gigantomachia. Proper kaiju battle. Jormungandr doesn't damage buildings as it passive over them, instead just ends up painting them like a graffiti bomb. Izuku is freaked out. Mostly because he forgot what color his skin actually was under all that ink. Jormungandr and the other tattoos win and Gigantomachia is dead. It feels like the heroes win. Shiggy is arrested. Izuku thinks they should just kill him. Katsuki agrees. So does Endeavor. All Might not so much. Tartarus prison break happens and there's a lot of chaos as a lot of villains are now running loose. Days pass and Izuku is tired. He's staying away using his crows to make sure that the Amaji territory is peaceful. And it is. It's probably the safest place in all of Tokyo at the moment aside from shelters and the like. The only entry fee is knowing that there are inky crows watching your every move. Izuku finally sleeps. Mostly because Eva bonked him. Don't know what happens here really. At some point Izuku and AFO start fighting. AFO steals Izuku's quirk, but that proves to be a bad idea as much like what happens in canon with New Order. Izuku's quirk has a will of its own. All of his tattoos start to tear AFO apart from the inside out, quirks get ripped out wholesale. Izuku wins and his ink returns to him. He won, and his quirk came back to him because, well, it's kind of alive. Final scene was going to be Ori being very pregnant at beach, complaining that she can't drink and that her boobs hurt while Izuku pampers her. Eva built a giant sandcastle.